Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Keshvi, your host for the evening, and I welcome you all to the Womennovator Global Summit 2021 1000 Women of Asia Award. And today, it's the last day of the week-long event, and today we bring to you the women in finance and business. When it comes to gender parity, finance is one of the last frontiers. Since the 3000 BC, when the Babylonians created world's first banking system, money management has been seen as the province of men. Gender bias has proven both pervasive and persistent, creating significant barriers to success. Today, women accounted for more than half of all the entry level of financial roles. Men may still be dominating the C-suite, but things have started to change. As more women learn about the opportunities in the field of finance and business, find mentors to guide them, breaking the barriers, and we expect to see this gender gap closing soon. And before we move any further, let's take a moment and look at the journey of 7 years of Womennovator. What a great journey this has been, from 100 to 1000, and we are not stopping here. This road is long way and we will continue this journey. And it's now time for the recognition of the first set of awards for the 1000 Women of Asia Award. So the first winner of this set is Geeta Lekhwar.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम गीता लेखवार है। मैं हिंदौ फूड प्रोडक्ट्स की प्रोपराइटर तथा एक समाज सेविका हूँ। मैंने उत्तराखंड से ही ग्रेजुएशन की पढ़ाई पूरी की है और भिन्न भिन्न तरह की ट्रेनिंगें ली हैं। मेरा उद्देश्य है कि मैं उत्तराखंड में रहकर ही यहाँ के लोगों को स्वरोजगार से जोड़ सकूं और पलायन को रोक सकूं, जिसके लिए मैं पिछले 7 वर्षों से कार्य कर रही हूँ। मैं गांव-गांव जाकर यहाँ के लोगों के दैनिक जीवन में आने वाली कठिनाइयों को बहुत नजदीकी से देखने का प्रयास करती हूँ और उन पर कार्य करती हूँ। मैं महिलाओं को उनके अधिकारों के प्रति जागरूक करती हूँ। मैं लोगों को भिन्न भिन्न ट्रेनिंगें देकर उनके कौशल का विकास कर, उन्हें स्वरोजगार से जोड़कर, उन्हें आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का प्रयास करती हूँ। मैं वोकल फॉर लोकल के नारे को सपोर्ट करती हूँ। मुझे उत्तराखंड से बहुत प्रेम है, इसलिए मैं उत्तराखंड के लिए बहुत कुछ करना चाहती हूँ, जिसमें मेरे सभी परिवार वाले मेरा बहुत साथ देते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Our next winner is Tashnima Koser. Our next winner is Tripti Behel.
Hello everyone, Namaskar. Myself Tripti Behel. I'm an artist, upcyclist, a culinary enthusiast and an entrepreneur. I started creating artwork at the age of 14 and turned my passion into a full-time job in the year 2012. I have held solo and group exhibitions in Delhi and Dehradun and have judged various art competitions and shows. I was honored with Nari Shakti Samman in the year 2020. I own Kalangan Art Studio, an art center for kids and adults from different walks of life. a studio that helps them to explore and express their creative instincts by teaching various art forms. I own Art in Fact, an artwork and upcycle store where I customize artwork for my clients and upcycle stuff. As an entrepreneur, I have one more wing by the name Bon Bosch, a house of purely handcrafted ice creams and desserts under very hygienic conditions. I work for the underprivileged women and children as a group by the name Naya Savera by taking various workshops. Thank you.
Our next winner is Manju Singhania.
Hello everyone, my name is Manju Singhania and I am the founder director of an intervention and remedial center for children with developmental difficulties called Joy of Learning Foundation in Dehradun, Uttarakhand. This is a non-profit organization and a project of Shanti Welfare Trust. With many professional qualifications and more than 25 years of experience, I am passionate about guiding and helping mainstream schools towards making inclusion a possibility. Just winning this award itself was a wow moment for me. Being one among 1,000 women of Asia is a very big achievement indeed. I really look forward to this association of mine with Womennovator and 1,000 Women of Asia to help and support me in my journey to keep spreading joy to many more children and their families. Thank you.
Our next winner is Savina Sharon.
हमने अपने उसमें जहाँ महिला को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का काम किया है और उसी तरह से महिलाओं को कानून की जानकारी और समाज में अन्य जानकारी दी है। लेकिन जब हम काम करने चलते हैं तो अपने कम संसाधनों से ही काम करते हैं। फंड की आवश्यकता पड़ती है, उसके लिए हमें जगह जगह जाना पड़ता है, लेकिन सूक्ष्म संसाधनों से ही हम अपने कार्यक्रम करते आए हैं और आगे भी करते रहेंगे। भविष्य में भी अनेक योजनाएं हमारी, जहाँ भी सभी समाज में हमारी कोई ऐसी घटना होती है तो हमारी महिलाएं सड़कों पे भी उतर के आगे आने में पीछे नहीं रहती। अभी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बालिका दिवस हो या अभी राष्ट्रीय बालिका दिवस पे भी हमने एक स्कूटर रैली का आयोजन किया जिसमें महिलाओं के सम्मान और सुरक्षा की बात हमने रखी थी। तो इसी तरह से अनेक कार्यक्रम आयोजित करते रहते हैं और करते रहेंगे। 2003 से लेके आज तक ये संस्था कार्यरत है और सक्रिय रूप से अपने कार्यक्रम लागू करती रहती है, आयोजित करती रहती है। और जो कमी हमें लगती है वह कोशिश करते हैं हम अपने ही संसाधनों से आयोजित करते रहते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Our next winner is Archana Yadav.
Hello everyone, I'm happy to introduce myself on this platform. My name is Darshana Kapoor and I have been privileged to be born and brought up in a city that have its identity as education hub of India, and that is Dehradun. First of all, I would like to thank Womennovator to provide me this opportunity. I would also like to thank my parents, my spouse, my friends and my well-wishers who have been my pillars of strength. I am a civil services mentor by profession who is desiring to guide many more civil services aspirants to achieve their dream career. Under my guidance, I have been able to give many bureaucrats with ethics and values to the nation, and I hope I'm able to continue this journey as a social and educational entrepreneur to help more and more people, especially the underprivileged section of the society, especially the women. And like it is said, like every drop counts. I just hope the same for myself, like my little efforts are able to bring in a lot of changes at the individual level, at the national level, and also at the international level. My message for the newer generation would be that education is a very, very important factor in today's time, and to fight all the social problems also, like unemployment, hunger, poverty, and also terrorism. And education is one thing that would make them rise to greater heights in all the sections of the society. Jai Hind.
Our next winner is Advocate Krishna Malik.
Hello everyone, I am Advocate Krishna Malik. I am a member of Supreme Court Bar Association. I am a partner and co-founder of a law firm known as Amicus Legal Consultancy. We are NCR-based law firm working in different high courts and Supreme Court. Well, I just feel awesome to receive this award. 1000 Women of Asia Awards is very special. I think Womennovator is one of such kinds of platform who club in different kinds of women entrepreneurs together and gives them an opportunity to showcase their talent and reach out to the audience. Well, this award will help me reach a larger audience. I feel people who have suffered injustice, who need legal support, who need legal aid, I can be a voice for them. So, really looking forward for this award ceremony. Thank you, everyone.
Our next winner is Shivata Raitalwar.
Greetings. I am Shweta Raitalwar from Dehradun. I like to introduce myself as a small town girl who grew wings and landed up in the United Nations. मैं कई सारे सामाजिक मुद्दों पर और सामाजिक संस्थाओं के साथ सोशल वर्क और ह्यूमन राइट्स पर काम कर रही हूँ. To me, it is my Christian calling and my offering to the Almighty. I have always tried to be the change that I wanted to see. We may not be able to do great things, but we can do small things with a lot of great love, as rightly said by Mother Teresa. I am so grateful to Womennovator for giving us this opportunity and for selecting me as one of the women faces of Asia. We must salute Tripti Somani, who is heading Womennovator, and her team for taking so much trouble with the incubatees and training them. As rightly said, that if we give a person a fish, we feed him for a day, and if we teach them how to fish, we feed them for a lifetime. This is exactly what they have tried to do. Thank you so much.
Our next winner is Meeta Sen Gupta.
Thank you very much. I must say I am really thrilled and happy to see the spirit of Dehradun and the spirit of Uttarakhand represented here so beautifully, because Uttarakhand has a very special way of giving and a very special warmth that you probably do not see. So when Tripti asked me to be on the jury, she said, well, you have Uttarakhand and Maharashtra happening right next to each other. Which one would you represent? And Maharashtra, of course, would be bigger in scale. Maharashtra, of course, would have so much energy and so much support and big numbers. But the depth and the authenticity that Uttarakhand can provide, and the fact that we have all met each other here today, that tells us that we have a path together in the future to help each other.
Our next winner is Dr. Anjum Agrawal. Our next winner is Ira Chauhan. Our next winner is Shivani Kaushik. Our next winner is Anshika Khurana. The last winner of this set is Nadira Ahmed. In the past few decades, the startup ecosystem in India has evolved well. It all started with a handful of tech-based companies, and now more than thousands of progressive as well as innovative new startups have established themselves in the market. I would like to request Mrs. Tripti Somani to introduce our speakers for the next fireside chat and throw some light on this startup ecosystem.
So hi everyone, today we are discussing about on this 7th day, women in finance and business. I think we all are excited when these two words come together, and we all know that somewhere women in business and finance are always looked up to. It's a deadlock combination for sure. But today we'll start our conversation with none other than Harkesh Kumar Mittal ji. He, as a chairman, currently as Startup India Seed Fund Committee, and has been former program head of innovation, entrepreneurship in tech, commercialization at DST GOI, Government of India. I think it's a journey he has seen when we didn't hear about what is a startup. At that time, Department of Science and Technology came up with incubations for startups. They came up with different schemes to support innovations, and he is the one person who has seen it all. So I would like to invite Shri Harkesh Kumar with us in conversation with Shruti Chaturvedi from Chai Pani. Hope you will love the interaction.
Welcome, HK sir. Great to have you here with us. Okay, so sir, we're going to start right into it. आत्मनिर्भर भारत के बारे में इतनी अब अवेयरनेस हो रही है, इतनी बातें हो रही है. We keep hearing about the 5 trillion economy here and there, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, during the pandemic. How do you see the startup ecosystem in India growing over the next, say, 3 years and 5 years? And what do you think are the pushes that we exactly need to make it happen?
All right, Shruti, first of all, thank you for that introduction. And when you were introducing me, you said that a lot of Indian startups can attribute their success to me. Well, let me tell you, for each startup that succeeds, there are 9 others which fail. So, startup is a very upcoming area, very bright area for youngsters to get into. But I must caution that there are more number of failures, so one has to be prepared. But there's no need to lose heart. Take each experience as a learning experience and be ready again. That's the first message which I want to give these startups. Now, talking about the Indian scenario of startups. Well, we have always been a very good nation as far as the startups are concerned. But today our ranking is number 3 in the world. We are the 3rd biggest nation as far as startups are concerned. And coming back to this present scenario of COVID, combining it with Atmanirbhar Bharat, we had actually thought that we don't have the wherewithal to, let alone the sophisticated machines, the equipment needed for COVID. We did not even have the ways to make masks as well as the PPE kits.
True.
These were being imported from countries abroad, and within a matter of days, we started exporting these products to the entire world. And it is the women in the rural areas who got down to making masks. And it is those poor women who actually changed the entire scenario, and the country was ready with the masks. Then the PPE kits. PPE kits were manufactured in large numbers. Now the Indian technology or the Indian technology-based startups also were not far behind. Talk about ventilators.
Sure.
Ventilators were produced in the country, and today we are a net exporter of ventilators. High quality, high-end ventilators were created in our academic institutions. The startups, they came together. Now, going a step further in this scenario, we talk about vaccine. India is one of the largest producers of vaccines in the world. But I'm an old man, so I know the history a little bit. So let me share that history also with you. See, Bharat Biotech was not created in a day. It took, so is the case with the Serum Institute. So is the case with many other vaccine manufacturers. I still remember, this is about 20-25 years ago, Hepatitis B was a major concern in the country. The disease came in. There was no vaccine, and the only vaccine which was being produced was from SmithKline Beecham. They were producing the vaccine, and when we said that we will produce this vaccine in India, their people laughed at us. They said that, do you know what vaccine production means? It needs class 10,000 clean room and those kind of facilities, a manufacturing facility of that kind. So we said we will do it in India. So they said no, it's not possible. They even refused to give their technology. To make the conversation interesting, let me give you an example, a very personal example of my children were studying in school, and the school said that well, all of you will have, all members of the family will need to get vaccinated for hepatitis B. The charges were 1,500 rupees per person, single shot, and 6,000 rupees was the total cost. I'm talking about 20 years ago, maybe 20-25 years ago. So we, all four of us, me, my wife, my daughter and my son, we all went for vaccination. And the charges were a little heavy, 6,000 rupees for a single shot. And we were not even sure whether we will get this disease or not. So we took the first dose. We did not go for the second dose. We said, take care, ho gaya. Because the cost was so heavy. So then Bharat Biotech and Shanta Biotech, these two companies, they came to us. I was in Technology Development Board at that point of time. They came to us. They said, we will manufacture this vaccine in India. And from 1,500 rupees a single dose, they brought down the price to 50 rupees a single dose. So imagine 1,500 rupees to 50 rupees for a family of four, it would have been 200 rupees. Now, these people combined together, they were then exporting 33 million doses of hepatitis B vaccine every year. It became a big rage at a minimal cost. Today, I think the price has stabilized to about 100 plus rupees per. Now, same is the case with the COVID vaccine. They are no longer startups now because at such a large scale, startups couldn't have handled it. But they were Indian startups who actually did all this, and they are continuing to do this. The startup story in India is phenomenal. Even during the times of COVID, we were able to create 10 unicorns. Unicorns, as you know, is companies with valuation of $1 billion plus. So even during those times, we have. And as far as Atmanirbhar is concerned, I think we are on the right track. And I would like to compliment the Womennovator Foundation for really involving women into this process. It's important that we have both the genders equally involved in the startup India. And in fact, to share with you, we in the seed fund committee of the Startup India, we have more women members than men members.
So it was very interesting of you to even say that, we need more women, and a lot of entrepreneurs, not just entrepreneurs, sociologists, economists have said कि वो जो 5 ट्रिलियन का जो सपना है, जब तक हम औरतों को इन्वॉल्व नहीं करेंगे, it is not practically possible to achieve that. What do you have to say about women participation in economic activities, in entrepreneurship, in job employments in India?
See, we all recognize the fact that we need more women to actively participate in the economic activity. but the problem is that rarely the steps are taken. Now we are in startup scenario, we are ensuring that there are number of women who participate, the number goes up. And for that, the first thing we are attempting to do is that we increase the number of women mentors, women facilitators, because sometimes women are hesitant to come out of their shell because they see it's all men's world. So that's the thing which we are changing. We are trying to change. I'm not even saying that we have succeeded in some places. Like the venture center in Pune has 95% women employees, 95% of them. I am on their board. In fact, I feel fish out of water when I go to their board meetings or whenever I visit that venture center, because starting from the CEO to the people down below, all of them are women. And that's the only time when I realize that how a woman must be feeling coming out and working in the men's world. So it's important. It's certainly important that we engage more and more women in the economic activity, and it will be good for the country. It will be good for the individual families, because the economic progress of India depends on getting more and more women involved. There's an old saying which I forget, that if both the men and the women earn, the family actually progresses much faster. So that's let me stop it there. Yes. As far as you also asked me about the future of startups in the country. Well, we are on the track of creating a $5 trillion economy, and this will not happen unless we really take care of our startups, and startups which are innovative, which have potential for growth, and which are thinking out of the box. So we are looking at global markets now. We are looking at no longer the local markets or local economy. And so the $5 trillion ambition will be achieved through startups. I'm quite sure of this.
And my one last question. So when it comes to, say, generating more employment, there have been studies time and again that manufacturing startups are going to be a part of a big solution to create for employment generation. And when it comes to starting something in manufacturing, जो आपका initial cost होता है वो इतना बड़ा होता है. What are the kind of things that people can take advantage when it comes from Startup India and the government of India? Are there any schemes that people can take help from?
Okay. First of all, personally, I believe that this business about manufacturing and services is a myth. We have demonstrated to the world, we have created more number of jobs in the services sector worldwide.
True.
Our number of people employed in the services sector is much higher than, or at least quite large, if not higher than the manufacturing. See, at one point of time, I remember when the computers and the IT industry was coming in, people said that all the jobs will be taken away by the computers, there will be no employment. But it is the computers and the IT industry which created more jobs than anything else. So some of these fears about manufacturing, yes, there are more challenges in manufacturing startups because the investment is higher. And if the investment is higher, then we cannot provide that kind of investment in the startups. But things are changing. Today, people are actually taking to manufacturing in a much bigger way because there are investors which are available. There is industry support which is available. I was talking to an international MNC a little while ago. They are looking at India to make their base as for manufacturing. In the very high-end technology, I can't name the multinational MNC right now. But the point is that people are looking at India because we now have the technical skills. We also have the requisite infrastructure. Power used to be a problem at one point of time. But today, India is reasonably okay with power. We are okay with the, not okay, we are much better in manpower than rest of the world. So I think we have a fair chance now.
Okay. Great. I think it was a very interesting conversation and learning things from you. Thank you so much for giving us the time.
It's now time to recognize the next set of winners for the 1000 Women of Asia Awards. So the first winner is Savina Sharon.
I've been involved in my business, which is eco-friendly papers and products, and we do a lot of surface treatments on papers and turn them into products. And I've been into this business for more than 2.5 decades. We've been honored, and we've had the pleasure of supplying to the best in the world, and a lot of importers, mass retailers, name it Walmart, to Calvin Klein, to Louis Vuitton. We've been supplying to a lot of customers, and I've had the pleasure of them selecting my designs, which were our creation. And we don't design, we enjoy them. I can live, sleep in my showroom. I don't need to come back home, and that's me. And recently, I started a few years back my products for Indian market. We've been into exports and started way back in '94. And we started with actually I designed my daughter's wedding invite, and which was appreciated, and we started in making professionally wedding invites and boxes and so on and so forth. But I got busy in my exports business because we were expanding, and now I'm creating a big range of DIY for all over the world as well as Indian community, because DIY is something very, very important, and we have some crazy papers that children can enjoy. And another forte of our business is more than 70% workforce is women. Those who have never been to school, I'm trying to give them a lot of opportunity, because there are areas in our business which were always dominated by men. For example, box making, binding, paper making, and many areas which were always focused and powered by men.
Our next winner is Meera Haridas.
Hello, this is Sunetra Palav. I'm the founder of The Perfect Picnics. 6 years ago, I got my car and my kids, and we started exploring the beautiful locations in the Sahyadri Mountains. Since then, we have provided numerous perfect picnic experiences to schools, colleges, corporates, families, societies, and of course, women's only trips, which we specialize in. And what I saw was that in spite of being incredibly beautiful, there were very few places that families, children, women could access. So, Perfect Picnics was created to provide that service. The journey so far has not been easy. Sometimes having to walk barefoot through forest to find that perfect location and then develop that location. This is Sunetra Palav. Come share this experience with me, only at The Perfect Picnics.
Our next winner is Pinkie Jay Prakash.
Everyone says we should follow our dream, but what should we do if we don't know what we want to achieve? This is one of our most haunting questions, even from our school days. We are not getting individualized care and guidance in order to identify the skill sets, strength, weakness, and ensuring the holistic performance of the students. In fact, least importance is given in the psychological well-being of students. Our product Schedule is a complete digital assessment platform for building the best performing school community. Our unique assessment module integrated with the AI technology will help in analyzing the behavior of the students deeply and thereby ensuring the complete holistic growth and its performance. We are here to expand our market, especially since We understand the need of such a solution now more than ever. So here is our vision: rethinking education, redefining schools, recreating future.
Our next winner is Vaijayanti Pugalia.
Hello there, this is Vaijayanti Pugalia, founder Sonali's Cubo. I engage in creating socio-environmental disrupt through my thought leadership, and I'm also a life skill architect. I think we're all looking out for cohorts which would help us in the metrics analytics of strategizing our business growth, our reach to our customer basis, handling all the highs and lows of business in a more strategic educational way, and so that we can take it to a much more delivering public pitch. And at the end of the day, what matters is that we have higher standards of ROI. Now, in the case of Womennovator's virtual cohort program, it was an absolute pleasure to be a part of this particular program, because the mentors and the way the incubation was handled was phenomenal, where we had the access to data, access to mentors from different thought leadership programs, different strategic areas of marketing to media to personal strategies, etc. So yes, I would like to thank Tripti ji that yes, from where we started before the program and to where we are now, we are able to map our work and see our growth coming in the future. And I'm sure with the kind of guidance that Womennovator has planned for all the women who are a part of it, are going to be true gainers in the coming future. So thank you very much.
It's Dr. Dolly.
Hello everyone, my name is Rekha Jha and I am the founder of Soul and Smile. This is a great journey to make everyone happy and to instill positive vibes. I am a writer and motivational speaker, and I try to make every soul smile through my poems, live sessions and videos. Recently, I had published a small collection of my poems on Kindle. I would like to collaborate with people and organizations to offer my services, as I can write poem, do live sessions and make videos on any topic. You can contact me through Facebook, LinkedIn and WhatsApp. Thank you very much.
Gargi Gaur.
Hi, my name is Gargi Gaur and I'm the founder of Gargi Gaur Label, which is a sustainable and eco-friendly clothing brand. Through my brand, I wanted to bring sustainable fashion to India and want everybody to understand what it means to be a part of fast fashion and how we need to convert it into slow fashion. Womennovator has been of a great help, because before the session started, I was not sure on how I could take my brand to international markets and what government schemes are provided to Indian women entrepreneurs for the same. I must thank the team of Womennovator for conducting such beautiful sessions which gave an in-depth study about the market, SWOT analysis, import-export, government schemes and whatnot. It has been of great help. Also, one of the major positive things about the entire sessions was they were not one-sided sessions. So it was not just like the speakers were speaking or the experts were telling us. It was a proper conversational sessions, like any kind of doubts you have or anything that you need to know, the experts were there to help us, to guide us for each and everything. So we felt like a part of a good learning process, and we had all our doubts cleared and we are still in touch with them. So yeah, thank you so much Womennovator for such beautiful series of sessions.
I would like to request the presence of Tripti Singhal to introduce the next panel for the day.
Hi, so I'm back again. I hope you're enjoying the conversation today and enjoying the stories of our women, the kind of work they're doing across the country. Now we are moving to an interesting conversation on journey of growth. And we have none other than Nana Kitwai, Chairman Edwin Private Equity India Advisory Board. She is a chartered accountant by profession and an Indian banker and business executive, former country head of HSBC India, and also the first Indian woman to graduate from Harvard Business School. She has been an inspiration to many. Welcome, Nena ma'am. And we have someone special today, Miss Margaret, Chairman of Executive Board of Aon Holding. She is the president and she is global CMO on InPoint, and since January 2020, chairman of topwoman.nl. She sets the bar high, both in her personal ambitions and on the topic of gender equality. I'm sure that we will thoroughly enjoy this amazing conversation with these diverse individual women of substance. Join me now. Thank you. With us, Margaret, I will put a question to you and we'll love to have this conversation started. What do I need to start? A lot of people today, want to know as an entrepreneur, what do I need to start entrepreneurship? Passion and patience are two great challenges in entrepreneurship, especially when they can contradict each other. So, one of the great questions that women entrepreneurs usually face is estimating the start of their project based on how long it will take to obtain results. But the reality is there is no average number of days a month, neither to take the first step nor to see the result. So, what do you have would love to hear your views, Margaret, on this.
So Tripti, thank you very much for inviting me. Nina and Liba, it's a pleasure to be with you today on this panel. First and foremost, I think I would like to share that it's extremely important. If you have a dream, please pursue the dream. And believe in yourself, because if you don't believe in yourself, no one else will. If you take a look at the position of small, medium enterprises and entrepreneurs around the globe, you can see that's a very important part of our GDP. The majority is of our global GDP. And I think it's extremely important if I also look at India that you see that there are a lot of female entrepreneurs and all of them are extremely busy to take a look what's possible, how should they grow and how to grow better. And especially when you talk about growing better, especially now in this world where we're looking also at the developments of climate change. When we have this conference in a few weeks, we'll start also COP26. COP26 is the large United Nations climate change conference. All world leaders will be gathered. I think it's important to take a look that women have a very good virtue of looking at the world and also engaging with the world in when they do business. And back to the challenges and the pros and cons of entrepreneur. I'd like to call this one out, which I think is always applicable to women. That if you say a pessimist is a person who sees a difficulty in every opportunity. And an optimist is a person, and almost there are women, who sees in every difficulty a huge opportunity. And so doing business for women is a huge opportunity to get to next levels, not only of wealth, but also of wisdom.
Thank you so much, Margaret, for your views. And it's very important for us to understand why, it is equally important to see the road and not stop in between. I mean, it is important to complete the journey than how much you thought you will get out of that journey. With this, I would like to ask Naina ji, Mom, we are right now discussing on, that, a woman who is, aspiring to grow. And we know that our ecosystem has a lot of challenge, SMEs, small micro entrepreneurs, and specifically women, we know the financings is difficult because they, specifically if you talk about Asian developing countries where in India specifically, we don't have a lot of properties in our name, and when it comes to taking a loan, it's difficult. There are challenges. A little seriousness also could be seen, could be a gap from our side as women, as compared to the north versus the South India. So even geographically wise, we are very, very different. The way things are done by human resources. But what is your view on the finance for SME, specifically this post-COVID? Scenarios have changed, things have become a little different. So would love to hear from you, Nainaji.
So, Shripti, I think it's sort of embedded in your question, and thank you for really beginning to focus on the financing for SMEs and the state of women entrepreneurs. So I'll just share some important facts which were highlighted in last year's report, which was published just recently, of UN Women jointly with FICCI. So it's India, women entrepreneurs. 69% of women entrepreneurs reported working at lower productivity or just managing to stay afloat. So the statistics are really worrying. 74% indicated they had not received any new orders as a result of the pandemic. So clearly the sort of businesses women are in have been hit very, very badly. Lack of working capital to complete orders was reported by 64% of women. So just basic finance, with access to it was an issue. 60% referred to difficulties in coordination of business due to work from home. And this is, of course, this whole overlay of women trying to manage and juggle home and work at the same time, and where work from home is actually disadvantaged working women, contrary to what we had originally hoped. And the lack of clarity regarding on-the-ground implementation of some of the schemes in India, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, etc., has suggested that over 70% of women-owned businesses are either ineligible for credit under the economic stimulus, as they come in the category of first-time borrowers. And this is a really important fact, that if you don't have a credit history, you can't borrow. And women have traditionally not been borrowers. So you haven't borrowed in the good times, and now when you need to borrow, nobody's going to lend to you because you need a credit history in order to borrow. So that's lesson number one now for women entrepreneurs. Create your credit history, borrow just that little bit, make sure you pay on time, so that when you need it, you have that history behind you. And yet, and this is the good news, 75% of the women-owned businesses surveyed said they were keen to explore new opportunities or adopt new technologies as a key intervention strategy to coping with the crisis. So the desire to stay in there, the desire to pivot and change was also, I think, very heartening. And it is really for us to put that helping hand there for you. Now, you mentioned another very important fact, which is collateral. And again, this same study suggested that most of the lending has happened against collateral. So we need to move to a scenario where people are able to borrow based on their business, not based on the home they own or the collateral they are able to offer. And I think that transition again is going to be very important in terms of making finance available where it needs to be. And all of this, I think we bankers fail to understand that the NPAs from women are half to less than what, in terms of percentages, in terms of what men operated entrepreneurship ventures end at. So with that payment record, it is extremely disappointing, indeed puzzling, why women are still struggling today to access finance, at least on the same basis as men do. There is discrimination and it must stop.
I would like to compliment ma'am the way you brought in all the aspects so clearly, and I would just add, I was having conversation and we'll talk to Miss Mukulita, IBPI, and we are talking about why even today, IBPI in your Indian bank, banking insolvency, we have women against whom there is no code of conduct issues as compared to other men who are doing. So you highlighted that women have been great with repayments, Because instead, I would just add that women have been great even in case of funding. Coming from equity, we're talking about equity funding also, then also they're the one who are very cautious of how they're spending. And we have come from our investors to also know that they sometimes say that I would be happy to return the money if not used, They're so assured and they're so concerned of the way they're using money. So I really thank you for bringing this very, very important aspect. And I will quickly go to Margaret on this particular aspect.
Tripti, can I add something to what Naina just said? Because it's very interesting to see that this is a common topic wherever you are.
Right.
Not only in India, but also around the globe. And we just, as Aon, we just partnered with First Women's Bank in Chicago in order to take a look, how can we actually help develop more products, solutions which are aligned with the females, wherever they are. Also in the Netherlands, I'm part of a group, a think tank, who's looking at how banks can actually help women entrepreneurs. But interesting, Naina pointed this out as well. It's really interesting that at the moment still there's a lot of capital available to invest in companies around the globe. There's a lot of private equity, but somehow the investing in female-led entrepreneurs and enterprises is lacking behind. And we need to address this indeed, and I do call out, just as Naina said, there is discrimination taking place, but more importantly, all the financial institutions like McKinsey and Goldman Sachs have actually produced reports in which they state that when there is a diverse team and when there are women empowered, that there is more attention for ESG and that is also so often more profitable. So it's a huge opportunity for banks to step in this field and to make sure that women entrepreneurs are getting more finances.
Yeah, so I think I think this is what exactly is the challenge, that we are definitely talking about the accessibility of the easy access to these funding, but we have to also understand, because working with women all across my recent years, it's not, when it comes to finance, it's not about men or women. You are investing in a project either as a loan or equity. You either need interest return or you need, and of course with repayment, and you need a return on investment. With that, we need to understand here, all the people listening to us, that one is you're not getting the loan or equity. The thing is how prepared, like Naina ma'am and Margaret just highlighted, is how prepared you are as well for these loans and equity funding. With this, Margaret, I would ask that what were you and your colleagues looking for when you dug into gender gap in venture funding, when you account for potential difference in quality, growth prospect, and need for capital from startup launched by men and women as we have? You are left to explore the investor side of funding equation. Are investor behavior in some way creating an uneven playing field when it comes to allocation of venture capital? Do you think so?
Yeah, so thank you, Tripti. So I think that what you see at the moment is that there's more and more attention for female-led enterprises. When investing in female-led enterprises, we've seen that there's still a lack of funds available. And as Naina already also pointed out, because sometimes there's no history of those female-led enterprises. And this is back to data. So data are extremely important to take into consideration. But also we need to also take into consideration what the data sets are not complete. So if we're comparing companies of men only in the past, but now female entrepreneurs coming forward for funding, we need to be aware of what we're talking about. What's the interesting part of the fact? So BCG is written on the wealth of women. And I really like to share this because it's really interesting, because it's a huge growth market. So if you take a look at the total share, if the total capital, the wealth of the world was actually by BCG, they actually pronounced it to be 93 trillion in 2023. That's their prediction. And then if you take a look at the figures and the shares of wealth, 1/3 of that wealth, so 32%, is in the hands of women. And that's in the North America, it's 37%, which represents 35 trillion. That's a lot. But in Asia and Japan, in Asia, it's 32%. Europe is behind, 31. So you're even doing better than Europe at the moment in Asia. and in Asia that represents $13 trillion. Now, what's so interesting about this? So that's a huge market, and if you take a look also investing in women, it's a huge marketplace. So for me, when I look at the opportunity, I've seen in the past that this has not been done appropriately for all kinds of reasons. At the moment, we're actually in a catch-up race. We see that the topic of diversity and inclusion is globally a topic which is on top of mind of each C-suite executive at the moment. It's part of environmental social governance. The S for social stands for also diversity. And by handling that topic, it's really important to take a look, okay, how can we help those women entrepreneurs? How can we help fund those companies? And what I noticed is that all venture capitalists are at the moment looking at it. There are some specific venture capital networks and funds being established, which are for women-led entrepreneurs and ventures only. And I think to summarize the situation, it's a huge growth market. Women are, over 50% of women, of graduates from universities are women. We have a huge opportunity. We are stepping in now on the shoulders of other women who've been there before. And we are great entrepreneurs. And I think last but not least, we have an excellent can-do mentality, which ensures that we make our dreams of tomorrow come true by thinking them out today.
Thank you, Margaret. And that's, I really feel these are very, very relevant things which we all should understand, that definitely there's a lot of work going, a lot of highlights, and a lot of work going to highlight the importance and the gaps. But again, as a founder for Womennovator, I appeal to everyone that there could be things which are not right, but there are a lot of things now which are very, very right. We need to push ourselves to that standard, that professionalism as a woman, which we cannot compromise if we are expecting these kind of support. With this, Nana ma'am, I would like to come to you. In India, we are targeting a US $5 trillion economy. And with that vision, I would like to discuss very quickly on a workplace challenges that women is facing. A good example I would like to quote with you, that we are talking about SDG 5 goal, where equality is what we are talking about, but still we have policies of maternity leaves only for women, but not, because till the time the maternity leaves are also for men, the men will also feel the pressure with the peers, with their colleagues, that they will be a laughing stock. And if they feel so, that means even if a woman wants to do something out of life with a limited time they have during the challenging time when they normally drop out from important positions, what are your views, ma'am? How are we gonna handle this pressure? Because things may be happening by highlighting that women need some kind of support. But it's not only women, is men equally need that support, that they go to their bosses or their top management, say, I have my kids coming, I need to take care. My kid is not well, I need to go to take care of that. That's not happening. And if that's not happening, whatever women can do, they have to be at home if their kids are not well. They have to be there when they're delivering throughout the time, because they are the only responsible people right now. So ma'am, how do you see, with all these highlights and all this focus on improving and giving women a lot of weightage, what do you think, Nana ma'am, is something, 3 things which we have to definitely put equal importance to in men's role, or from the, what are your views?
So I think, Tripti, the first thing is fundamentally society itself, right? As long as society expects the woman to be the one who looks after everything at home and the guy is the breadwinner, these issues will remain. Both at the home, both members, have to bear equal burden of home, and the breadwinning has to be a shared responsibility and seen as equally strong. And this change can only happen with society. And when I say society, you could have a husband who fully understands all this, but the pressure that comes from around him, from his parents and others, may lead him to look at this differently. In fact, one of our biggest worries when we were advocating paternity leave was guys were just going to take it and then go off and play golf, whereas the purpose of them was really, stay at home and do what you have to do. And we are seeing that change happening in the Scandinavian countries, and pictures of men wheeling prams in parks and all. It's almost become fashionable to be seen as doing that, and that's the step change we need. That it's the right thing to do. It's good to be seen as sharing that responsibility. I was on a panel recently where we had a couple of researchers on gender, and it's really disappointing to note that recent surveys still show in many parts of India, and it's urban also, not just rural, that many families considered it a dishonor if the woman is working. It's seen as, the husband sees it as, I'm not earning enough, and so I've put my women out to work. Now, as long as these social norms remain, the pressures for women to be liberated and be out there as economic earners, and here I'm saying economic earner, not even an economic earner on an equal platform. We are at a very early stage of that journey. So society becomes critical therein. The second is, of course, the workplace itself. And I was, for example, very fortunate to be in banks which understood these issues ahead of the time, frankly. They brought a lot of Western norms into the country, and they made sure that they implemented with heart and head. And so we saw the first of these policies as they came, and paternity leave came, at 2 weeks, which is clearly not what we have, but then maternity leave now 6 months, and many of these organizations are indeed, with the way you can tack on your breaks, you can take up to 1.5 years together, which as a woman is quite sensational from the time when I was there, and it was 2 months. So the fact is, the world is changing. It is being made easier for women. I agree on your point that men too should have that paternity leave. But before that is granted, I think men's attitude to earning and participating in the process has to change as well. And that journey, I think, will be harder than introducing paternity leave, quite honestly. I think the reason paternity leave needs to come is that women begin to be seen as a burden by corporates, because the cost of all of this is seen as adding on to the cost of employing them. So on the one hand, women want to fight to earn the same, as indeed should happen for the same job. But on the other, the corporate says, hey, but in any case, we end up paying more for the woman because of the leave she's entitled to take, etc., etc. And there may be other issues, some firms that provide transportation, etc. And these become negatives. So by having paternity leave, I think it equalizes this pain, because man or woman, it's the same cost. And I think it becomes important from that perspective as well, before corporates begin to discriminate in terms of men and women and the cost therein as well.
I would just simply say in one line, God is kind and you reap what you sow. The research you were talking about, which you were shocked that a lot of people still doesn't want or don't want their woman to work. Ma'am, I would simply say those men have to understand they have to be under pressure when the woman is complaining every day when they come back from office because she's at home, she's done with kids and she's still taking care of kids the whole day with a lot of support. You have nothing innovative to do. It will come back to you as a man. So to all the men listening out here, if you want to save yourself with those woman jokes, I think it's time that you look at this as a change and encourage your wife, if they can be made responsible and act on things which is social obligation, you can make a change by making them equally responsible to contribute to the country's real GDP and not notional GDP. With this, Margaret, I would like
Tripti, can I get something? Because what's really interesting, when we were meeting with the G20, I was representing the Netherlands at the G20 in Italy, the G20, the group of 20. Mario Draghi this year initiated for the first time, Mario Draghi is the Prime Minister of Italy. He initiated within the G20 for the first time a meeting on women empowerment this year. And we discussed as a group, all aspects of gender equality. And back to what you said. So the first thing, and that's why I want to share this with you, it's important to measure. So to measure, to know what's going on. I know that in India, only 12% of the female population works. And Draghi actually calculated if the participation of women in Italy increases from 53, which is the current average, to 67, which is a European average, he would add 7% to the Italians' gross national product. So it's better for the country as such. So it improves the state of wealth of everyone. That's one. The second thing which we discussed at the G20 was also to look at, okay, how do we enable a better culture, not only in society, but also in companies? What we're discussing here, which is, equal parenting, better understanding of childcare at home, but also taking care of the elderly, the parents. The women also often take care of their parents. What's important to notice is that we need to make sure that the women have the right skills for doing that, for whatever job they want to do. So it's important to look at skills, upskilling and reskilling, but also to take a look at the circumstances like what you're referring to, like, parental leave, childcare, etc. And then last but not least, we also discuss how we can make sure more and more women enter STEM, the science, technology, engineering, math, because that's a huge opportunity given digital transformation, which we've seen the past year. But summarized, I think that all of us have seen the past year that COVID has on some elements, it's given us a push forward, on some others, a big push backwards. Also for India, if the labor participation of women increase, McKinsey calculated if it's better around the globe, it would add 28 trillion to the gross national global product around the globe. I'm not sure with the specific figures in India, but it's a huge opportunity. And for not only for females or males, but together for everyone in India to make that happen.
Thank you so much for sharing this important insight, Margaret. And I would like to quote a very important question to you right now, because you deal in insurance, and so there is this concept called egg freezing, which has been, cultivated and spoken about recently, wherein the companies should come and, consider them and their insurance, wherein a woman who is at an early age of her career doing very good would like to freeze her eggs and can deliver the baby and in later years when she's ready to take care of the baby. Mm-hmm. So with this, my question here is, and both of you, it's an open question. What do you think, why it is relevant that now the employer should have such policies in place, sponsoring egg freezing, or such initiative which can support a woman, and also ensuring that she doesn't face that societal pressure of bringing a baby at the time when she has the most sensitive time of her life to grow her career? So any one of you would like to?
Yeah, so I think that it's the gift of I don't know, it's the biggest gift on earth, and it's and it's no surprise to anyone that only women can get children. So for me, I think it's really important to know that if we want to continue developing whatever we develop and innovate, we need people to do so, and women are the only ones who can actually get children. I think it's very important for each and everyone to respect that in a manner which is also making sense. So if you talk about the policies you're referring to now, to egg freezing, I think that whatever time you get a child, Tripti, it will always put you a little bit behind. I think what needs to happen now, in all instances, it's accepted that it's costing time to get a child. Whenever you want to get it, it's never perfect. It will never be a perfect time, and there will always be something going on. So I think it's very important to get good healthcare, to get all the policies in place to enable women to work, all the various insurance in place to enable women to work. But for me, this is back to what Nena was referring to. It's about accepting the differences between men and women, celebrate the differences, celebrate the similarities, and get the culture right. Change the system. We can't change women or men. We need to change the system to make sure there is general acceptance about the fact that women get children, men are not able to do so.
Thank you so much, Margaret, for sharing your thoughts on it. And definitely, this is still a very complicated discussion, and I think there's no straight answer on whether in favor or in against of this. But I would love to hear your concluding remarks, Nana ma'am, and please, it would be great if we can hear your thoughts for our women who are listening to you, or men who have been supporting women and are with open thoughts are here with us today. Yes.
Yeah. So Tripti, I think we're very fortunate to have Margaret with us, with the vision she brings and the global experience. And I'm always very struck by how much of what is happening in the world is really also happening in India. We are not alone here. And sometimes we're a few steps behind, sadly not always ahead, but at least we have that experience. And in today's age where all experience is shared, the advantage of being able to learn from what is happening. Whether it is the technologies, the new technologies of childbearing, which give women more flexibility, I think it is all available to us. There are many personal choices here. Sadly, there are societal choices which come in the way. So society recognizing these is important, but for women to actually understand it for what it is going to be very important. So I will only end by saying society needs to change. Women have still a bit of a fight ahead of us, and I think we must pick up the cudgels, not fight harshly, but sensibly, understand that it is not being delivered to us on a platter, but not give up that easily either, because we can change the world. We have changed society. More women are stepping into the workplace, more couples are sharing responsibilities, and it is these changes that are going to be important for us to cajole our partners into, to bring our families up to date with what is required. And at the end of the day, the role of government and the role changes that government itself can define with all its programs on gender equality are also very important. And I'm really glad to see that many governments, including ours, have picked up this issue of equality. But equality goes well beyond the corporate world. It starts at home. And I think that equality can only happen once society respects women for who we are.
Thank you so much, Nana ma'am, for your concluding remarks and the wonderful vision you have. And I'm sure I still remember you saying in 2019, when we launched this 1000 Women of Asia Awards, that women has to stand for each other. And if they are not, then let them go to hell. You were as loud as why we all have to come together and support and let this happen, is supporting each other and taking us to next level. Thank you so much. And Margaret, your final concluding remarks for our people here who have been really, really patient enough to be with us all these 7 days throughout and watching us, please.
Thank you very much, Tripti. I think that first and foremost, I would like to say to all the entrepreneurs on this call, in the past, maybe failure was no option when we discussed how to run a company. In the meantime, with new technologies and all the our entrepreneurs around the globe, whether it's Steve Jobs or you name it, all the people, they started in a little garage. And their policy was fail early and fail smart. So don't be afraid to fail, because failure builds character. So that's my first. And if you're failing, step up. It's not about being knocked down, it's about stepping up again. So that's for all the entrepreneurs. That's really the most important, because many of you are as small entrepreneurs. Then in order to succeed, we as G20, and I thought I would like to share these last comments with the G20, we had our final call today. We delivered a playbook, which is about 167 best practices from over 23 countries around the globe, over 130 companies around the globe, about this topic, about how to build an inclusive culture in your firm, not only by the private sector, but also by the public sector. And let me share these final comments, because I think it might give some added value. So in order to succeed for the private sector, for all the corporates in India, it's important from the topic of diversity and inclusion to have total commitment, to make sure you solid, consistently measure, to have constant communication with women and other stakeholders, and to combine hard and soft approaches. But also most important is to redefine, update current practices. We discussed any women's issues regarding what's going on with childcare, etc. Make sure you know the latest of the latest and apply it, because if you want to have the best of the best female talent, you need to show you are the best of the best company. and then implement all those things persistently to get the desired results. Now, for the government, and that's interesting for any of the government representatives on this call, I think it's important for the government to support the private sector, and they have a key role in it. And it's either, back to Nena, I love this, what you said, Nena, it's about fostering cultural change in society. That was our conclusion for the government, fostering cultural change in society. This is what Nena has been talking about. But also for the government to implement policies and support services to relieve caregivers from double burdens. This is what we talked about, childcare or formal care, etc. So also coming back, so very interesting. And last but not least, to reward any companies who do well, which is maybe a little bit like naming and shaming for the ones who don't do well. But as there is a war for talent going on, I think it's extremely important to make sure that all those companies who do well, that they get the benefit of doing well and maybe even certification. And this is really interesting, the last word I mentioned, certification, because at ESG is getting more and more important. Companies who do well on this are also companies doing better in ESG. Now, last comment, Tripti, is that the future belongs to the competent. So make sure that you're good, be better, and at the end, you'll make sure you're the best. So I wish you all the best, and I hope to see you soon again. Thank you so much for inviting me today.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ali, thank you for being with us and giving us such great insight with numbers, with specifications, and so much clarity. Thank you once again, all of you, for being here with us during this session. Thank you.
Tripti, keep up your good work. It's delightful to know that you've kept this going. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
What an eye-opening panel discussion that was. We really enjoyed that. Let's move forward to the next set of the awards for the day, 1000 Women of Asia Award. So the first winner is Anurag Chauhan.
Well, it was a wonderful experience listening to everyone, and as Meenal ji just said, even I am very thrilled listening to all these experiences. And yes, I am here to offer my help, whatever I can do.
Our next winner is Sunita Vijay. Our next winner is Dr. Divya Ghai. Our next winner is Megha Ahuja. Our next winner is Aanchal Sharma. Our next winner is Deepika A. Bhatia. Our next winner is Rajiv Khandelwal. Our next winner is Captain Annie Divya. Our next winner is Major General P.K. Sehgal. Our next winner is Suhail Mathur. Our next winner is Garima Bhagat. Our next winner is Gitanjali Pandit. Our next winner is Dr. Gaurav Agrawal. Our next winner is Yamini Gogia.
Myself Yamini Gogia, currently working with Tarapar Daily Distribution Limited as agent finance, handling the capex part. I started my journey as qualification as CWA. I became a cost accountant at a young age of 19 years, and since then I've been working with Tarapar across the various domains. I started my career with operations intentionally because I personally feel that you cannot work as an accountant properly if you don't know the nitty-gritties of the business. So out of 15 years of my career, half of my experience has been into the operations group. Apart from that, I work with internal audit and right now handling the capex part. In addition to my work profile, I have been associated with various other activities duties of the company also. Like I've been mentors of the female employees in the company, and currently I've been pursuing a USAID funded program on gender diversity, which has been sponsored by.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next winner is Nidhi Sinha.
Namaste and hello to all. I am Nidhi Sinha, General Manager Finance, National E-Governance Division under Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. I would like to thank the Tripti Madam and entire Womennovator team for bringing out these wonderful sessions for women entrepreneurs and professionals. I was part of cohort 1. It was extremely helpful to understand different issues. It provided some very concrete and easy to follow tools, so it exceeded my expectations. All the contents or the quality of the contents were excellent. Industry experts were very experienced and they were very interesting also. So thank you so much for your valuable training.
Our next winner is Mansi Arora.
Everyone, I'm CMA Mansi Arora, practicing cost accountant. The essence of Incredible India changed my journey beautifully because I'm born in Amritsar and brought up in different parts of India. I completed my CMA from Ahmedabad, then I shifted to Chandigarh and start my practice. I'm now practicing in income tax, VAT, service tax, GST, and recently I took the opportunity to present my presentation in PSUs as GST practitioner. I'm a member of International Committee of ICMAI. Earlier I was Secretary of Chandigarh Panchkula chapter. Thank you.
Our next winner is Manisha Agrawal.
The only dream of life was to get married to a defense professional. But sibling rivalry made me a professional. That to a CNA with an MBA, and now I'm a registered valuer with an insolvency professional. Being antagonist, from the family of doctors and engineers, I chose this field and entered into the practice field. Against the wishes of my parents, I started my Manisha Associates from a makeshift kitchen intended for the tenants, and now this Manisha Associate is pan-based with 5 partners headquartered at Nagpur. I am from a very small town from Bareilly where I used to practice on the basis of income tax. It was very challenging basis to practice in the field of income tax, but it has its weightage as well. But then I shifted to Nagpur, got married, and in Nagpur again I started again from the scratch.
Our next winner is Priyanka Saxena.
A
very warm namaskar to all the illustrious on dais and beautiful audience there. I'm Priyanka Sinha, a practicing cost accountant, being a CMP AI awarded a 17th rank with merit certification in 2009. I have completed my doctorate in finance along with CA and CS with MBA and MCOM. I have started a journey in G Capital, moved on to CN subsequently, and I found that due to some ethical challenges, I quit corporate world and started my own practice along with mentoring and educating the professional students by applying NLP techniques and tools therein. Subsequently, we have created landmark achievement by creating more than 120 rank holders within a short span of 8 years and moving towards to social activities by currently educating underprivileged children, which are more than 200 right now.
Our next winner is Mukti Suhag.
After that, since I got married to this background, my husband is there in army. I went into a field where I could use my skills in teaching and I moved to different places with him. So I'm a postgraduate teacher and I head of the commerce department at Womennovator right now. See, I feel that whatever education you have is just one part of you. It is very large skill whether you're working at any level in an organization. So what I have done here as a head of the commerce department, introduce the children of class 11 to 12 to different things like making a business plan, applying it in the costing aspect. So your different teams, interesting competition are also going to be held there. Then we also have the mock stop plan that they work on. They see how young children of 17, 18, they are brilliant now. And most of the kids in my school, they are going abroad. Then they have the questions and they ask me about all those things. It's actually a very growing experience where you also want to learn.
Our next winner is Krishna Kannan. Our next winner is R. Sanskari.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். இங்குள்ள ஜூரி மெம்பர்ஸ் என்னை இன்ட்ரோடியூஸ் பண்ண மங்களம் மேடமுக்கும் நன்றி. வணக்கம். என்னோட பேர் சங்கர், எம்ஏ பிகாம் கிராஜுவேட். நான் வந்துட்டு சென்னை பல்லாவரம் பக்கத்தில் புளிச்சலூர் இடத்துலேருந்து வந்திருக்கேன். என்னோட ப்ராடக்ட் நான் ஹெர்பல் சானிடரி நாப்கின்ஸ் மேனுஃபேக்சர் பண்ணி சப்ளை பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன்.
Our next winner is Nirmala Gururaj.
Hey, hi, I'm Nirmala Gururaj. My organization is F2B Solutions. We provide online tools for quality reduction in the agricultural sector. Our current focus is now on fruits and vegetables. Our solutions can be used both in the pre and the post-harvest stages for farmers, distributors, retailers, and consumers. One such solution is a fruit ripening check detector, which can check both the internal as well as the external quality of the fruit by using a handheld device connected to the mobile. We use artificial intelligence-based techniques to improve quality and reduce wastage. I am deeply honored and privileged to receive this Womennovator award and so proud to be bringing such solutions which make a difference. Thank you.
Our next winner is Arpana Rakesh.
Hello everyone, this is Arpana Rakesh. I'm a food business owner from Chennai. If our actions inspires others to bring more, to grow more, to do more, to learn more, to dream more, it means we are the leaders. I would like to thank Womennovator for choosing me 1000 Women Asia Award, and it's an honor for me to get this award. And yeah, it's a responsibility for us to grow our country, to bring more employment for our country. So I really promise to my country that yes, I will keep on doing my hard work. I will keep on doing hiring more people, and we will definitely grow all together. Thanks again, Womennovator, for giving me this confidence, and definitely it's going to help me to encourage more and more people. Thank you so much.
Our next winner is Neetu Bhatt.
Hello everyone, this is Neetu Bhatt. I'm running a fitness center, and I started this fitness center 10 years back when I was not getting a good fitness center for ladies. Everything was there around for men, but nothing for ladies. So which inspired me to open something, because when I see ladies, they are like either shy because of their overweight. They don't like to come to the center to reduce their weight because they are like, no, it is not for us. Because men's around looking at them, which is the trend going on. So they don't come, which I observed, and I felt, okay, fine. So this is the thing which I can start for them. I was not financially sound, but still I took loans and I started. I'm having one center right now, planning to open second center, because I felt that I have benefited a lot of women's around, which have proved, because right now I have 170 women's in my center with the fitness doing with me. And they have benefited not only physically, but mentally. They come around, they enjoy fitness, and they share. It's a socialism also happening with the fitness. So I want to open one more center, 2-3 more centers actually, but my first step is one more center, for which I will be requiring a funding of minimum of 7 to 8 lakhs.
Our next winner is Darshana Ranka.
My name is Darshana, and I'm already an entrepreneur. I'm here to support my mom. Okay, I want to start up a franchisee model called Ilaichi, where it is giving day-to-day teas, but you will be giving in the mug pots. So I want to support my mom and start up an canopy model, and I want to take up a super franchisee for myself, where I can have 15 to 20 outlets. So the unique concept about this tea is you will be giving in the mug pots, where it in South India nobody is still started up. So I want to start up with that, and costing wise and working out wise, I have a proper project. The costing required for per canopy is 10 lakhs. So I want to bring in other ladies also who are interested. They can have their outlet in different locations.
Our next winner is V. Mani Mekalai. Our next winner is Shraddha Kupusamy.
வணக்கம், என் பேர் சாரதா குப்புசாமி. நான் சென்னை கொளத்தூர்லேருந்து வந்துட்டுருக்கேன். நான் வந்து மாடி தோட்ட பயிற்சியும், அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து ஃபுட் ப்ரிசர்வேஷன், ஜூஸு, ஜாம், பிக்கிள்ஸ் அதெல்லாம் வந்து எப்படி ப்ரிசர்வ் பண்ணி நம்ம வந்து மார்க்கெட்டிங் பண்ணுறதுன்றதை பற்றி எனக்கு வந்து ட்ரைனிங் கிளாஸஸ் தான் கொடுக்கணுன்ற முதல் விருப்பம். எனக்கு மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் ட்ரைனிங் கொடுக்கணுன்றது தான் விருப்பம். தேங்க்யூ.
Our next winner is Petula Thomas. Our next winner is Varsha D. Aswini. Our next winner is Mangalam Balasubramaniam. Our next winner is Lion Mohammad Naveen. Our next winner is Aloha Komaran. Our next winner is Ponraj Vellaichami. We would also like to thank our partners AMET University. Moving on, our next winner is Meenakshi Balu.
Hello, I am Meenakshi Balu. I am a publisher of 200 books in the name of MB Publishers, all related to rituals and as well as religious programs. I am also a printer by the name Super Printing Press. I have been selected as the women influencer for Sitco Women in the Real Estate, Tiruvallur district. I am thankful for the opportunity being given to me. There were around 250 women and many dignitaries, more than 15 dignitaries from different fields, be it bankers, government authorities, everybody came and judged the program. And there were also selections of best women awardees also being given and judged at that time itself. So I thank the opportunity being given by the Women Innovators. By conducting the pitch program, many women could get connected. Had it not been for Corona, many more women could have got the loan. Nearly 10 women are being given loan and their project is being sanctioned. I am very happy for the opportunity. Thank you.
Our next winner is Devarani Kamalkaran. Our next winner is Bhuvaneshwari U. Our next winner is R. Preet Raj Lakshmi. Our next winner is Advocate G.B. Sobha. Our next winner is Shantana Lakshmi Shivkumar. Our next winner is Banu Rekha.
I am Banu Rekha Ilangovan. I am the founder and director of Tap Fresh Foods. You name the snacks and we make it. What sets us apart is our focus on employing those from unprivileged backgrounds and those who are socially discriminated against.
Our next winner is Dr. Vasanthi Sinasamy. Our next winner is Dr. S. Ramachandran. Our next winner is Dr. K. Balasubramaniam. Our next winner is T.S. Ranganathan. Our next winner is Dr. T.S. Raghavan. Our next winner is R.V. Uday Kumar. We would also like to thank our partners Sidco Tamil Nadu, Giri and MB Publishers. Enough has been said and written about financial independence, especially in reference to the women in the last 2 decades. But what does financial independence to women really mean? Let's find out from our learned speakers. I would like to call Tripti Singhal Somani to introduce our learned speakers.
We are back and we are bringing a great conversation about financial independence of women. A very, very highly spoken about topic by everyone right now. I just refer to research which was done by Gate Foundation, where it was quoted by one of the female Indira that when it is about getting money from our family, we ask and we get it, but I am not sure whether I can give that money when somebody asks me. With this, why do we have such concern? Why women who are making so much money or not making so much money but still working so hard and still not in the state to be able to finance on their own projects or fund them or lend money when they wanted to their family, to their friends? Why it is always dependent on this decision whether their own money they can give to others or it is take money and give to someone. So we have in conversation today on this amazing panel Anju Arun Mata, Director of Finance, Fortune 100, with 25 years of diverse and rich experience in financial services and in Indian public sector. She's a strong professional whose mission is to coach and mentor talent to create the leadership pipeline. Miss Padmaja Ruparel, co-founder Indian Angel Network, is someone you will love to hear from. From building her own real estate business in her 20s to being a housewife to handling corporate communications and corporate social responsibility before becoming an angel investor, she has donned many roles. Hats off to her again. And she is currently the president of the Indian Angel Network, one of the Indian's largest angel fund. And we also have Shalini Lal. Shalini has over 20 years of experience in global banking in Asia, Middle East and Europe, specializing in various practices of transaction banking. She has worked in India, Malaysia, London, Hong Kong and Dubai and is currently based in Singapore with an international bank. And a graduate from IIM Ahmedabad, a lady with so much experience. We invite her to this wonderful conversation, and we have our international speaker joining in, Ms. Erelton Sai, Global Partnership Manager, Ashoka, Netherlands. She started her career in the corporate sector, working as an advisor for major Dutch companies like ABN, KLM, and Philips. You would all know about. Recently, she founded Credits for Communities, a global movement aiming to increase the access to community-owned solutions that increase the well-being of the community at large. I think this amazing panel today, which will be discussing on financial independence for women, you will thoroughly enjoy with none other than our moderator today, Sandhya Prakash. Please, welcoming you all to enjoy this wonderful lineup. Good luck.
Hi, good evening, everybody. It's so good to have Anju, Padmaja, and Erlene here on the panel for the financial independence for women. So, Anju, let's start with you. You have a wide range of experience across so many different horizontals that we see, right? From operations to creating centers of excellence within one organization. Has it been across multiple organizations? What are your challenges if it was within the same organization to hold and deliver on so many different horizontals? That's a very interesting challenge that you've taken up.
Yeah, thank you so much. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for having me as panelist with my prestigious guest. It is absolutely my honor to be part of this discussion focusing on women. So I really get inspired when the discussion happens around empowering women. So thank you so much for having me. So now coming back to your question on my journey, very, very horizontal experience, you talked about it. I would like to share my corporate journey around a couple of paradoxical statements. Okay, both of the statements I strongly believe in. And you will find it cliche, but yes, I do believe in. So one of the statement is, I am a believer in destiny. You being on the right time at the right place, it's important belief I always carry with me. And the second one is, I am possible. I create my own destiny. So there are two statements I follow. So let me now talk about more on the destiny side, that I am having a good destiny. So I would like to create a narrative story way back in early 2000 when I was, looking for a change. I was working in DLF Universal. I was looking for a change. So I had gone for an interview, and from Gurgaon to Delhi, I traveled for the interview. And some of the consultancy firm, they had, offered me to go for the interview. So when I reached there, I came to know the proceedings has already been over, and perhaps they had found the right candidate for the role. I was a little disappointed because as I mentioned, it was not easy at that time to travel so far off. So I was a little sad and my mental state was not so good. Somebody saw me from the consulting firm and reached out to me saying that, oh, there is another job. And this is a new company coming up and they are, starting up their own business, and it's a new thing. Would you like to try? So my first reaction was to say no, because I was already pissed off with the experiences I had gone through. But I took a pause. I gave myself time and absorbed the thought. I said, why not try something new? It's important that one has to try without accepting failures. So I said, okay, let me try. So I had gone there for interview and multiple rounds of conversation happened. And finally, I got the job. And I am still there in this organization. So that's why I say I believe in the destiny. I was there at the right time at the right place. People approached me and I said yes. So you have to grab the opportunity. And my second belief was, I am possible, I create my own destiny, which is nothing is beyond me and I can achieve anything with perseverance and resilience. That's the mantra I always follow with me. Again, I would like to give I want to take you back why I came into the finance world. So I belong to a family where most of my women are into teaching profession. They are lecturers, be it maths teacher or science teacher, primarily into these two lines. And my father also said me that, why don't you enroll yourself in science and join and then do MA, MPhil, MSc, MPhil and PhD and join the world of teaching world. But that time also, I was very clear. And I was so vocal in speaking up my mind. I was very convinced on my thought that my vision is not to become a teacher or a lecturer. And that's what I said. So that time, the decision was taken that I am taking a finance or commerce background. So this kind of practice, I actually followed in my entire life. Owning self, then speaking up with courage and humility. That's important. It's not that you're speaking up, but you're saying wrong words, but with humility, what you want, what you don't want. And then in case if you have chosen something, it doesn't work in your favor, then quickly move around, quickly take a change. And that's have been the journey of my corporate world. I always took change in 2 years, 2.5 years maximum, whatever I wanted to experiment new thing. And that made me the person I am today. Another thing, I focused on the relationship. It's very, very important. You have to build the relationship. You have to nurture the relationship. As they say, networking always works in your favor. How can I help you is a mantra. We should always go with the people that, okay, I know that you're working on this kind of initiatives. Can I partner with you? Can I add some value to it? People appreciate it. And that's why I created a brand myself, that she's always available to support wherever she possesses a good thing. And while you ask this question, I thought this is a very good question you asked, because a lot of people think that success come easy for many or success do not come easy for many. I believe success come easy for many if you are consistent, if you are very, very focused on your approach, and you change quickly with the changing environment. So I think that all kind of things I kept on reminding myself, that made me pave around my career and be successful there.
Wonderful, Anju. Kudos to you. I think consistency and right time, right place always falls when you are committed and keep having an attitude that you have mentioned. Wonderful. Let me move over to our second panelist, Padmaja Ruparel. Padmaja, warm welcome to you. It's absolutely delightful to meet you here. Plus, the kind of work, or I would say pioneer work, that you have done for angel networks, and you have an experience which spans so many years. Warm welcome to you. So would you like to first of all talk about how is the ecosystem today in India from the time that you started, because you have spanned such a long journey. I think it's so ripe right now, so visible right now, and also so many opportunities opening up for people who really want to do. So please, over to you to talk about the ecosystem and the opportunities for women out there.
Thank you, Sandhya, and thank you for all your kind words. I'm truly humbled. Before I start, I think I must congratulate Womennovator. I think this is a program which has worked through many, many weeks to bring it to this level. And that surely talks about the head-down approach to build something quite valuable. I am sort of putting an aspiration out there to you and to the Womennovator organization. Let's talk about Womennovator and women entrepreneurs. I think that should be a good challenge to many of our women aspirants who are wanting to start. But having said that, congratulations. Sandhya, I think you put me in a bit of a bind because the question sort of gives away my age. So let me.
Age is just a number. You don't even know how old I am.
Well, so I think, I'll go back as you have brought out my age. Let me go back to two things. Number one, when I was young and I was still unmarried, still looking out to see what can I do. I went to my father and I said, I really want to become an entrepreneur. And at that time, the word entrepreneur did not exist in this country. The first time I heard it, I was having a huge challenge of spelling the word right. Okay, so this was much before I even thought of the word or understood that there was a word. And I said, I want to do my own business. That was what we used to say. And my father, who was a doctor, turned around and told me, he says, so you don't want to be a doctor? I said, no. You don't want to be a chartered accountant? I said, no. You don't want to be an engineer? I said, I can't. He says, well, you don't have the ability to lie, so you can't be a politician. So I presume you'll have to do your own business. So it just signifies that doing your own business was the last option, right? And it was not celebrated. It was like, she has to do something, so fine, right? So that is where the country was some decades ago, right? I must say that has changed, and changed how? If you looked at the first industry, the first generation industry which really changed the face of New India is the IT industry. More than 95% of the companies that were born were first generation entrepreneurs. If I leave out the Wipros and the Tatas for a minute, the entire industry is first generation, including Mr. Narayan, right? And I think we owe a lot to this industry, which started with a few million, had an aspiration to become a $50 billion industry, and is today pushing to become a $300 billion industry. But that's just a number. I think it has changed the way we think, the way we live, the way we are regarded in the global scenario. Absolutely. So it's entrepreneurship which has changed us, right? And entrepreneurship, the genes of entrepreneurship are not new in this country. 400 years ago, we were contributing to 27% of world GDP. 200 years ago, before we were colonized, we were contributing 23%, right? Yeah. And once we were colonized, we were doing 2%. All of that has kicked back into what we are. So an economy which is touching 3 trillion, pushing to become 5 trillion, whether we make it or not is not the point. We have the aspiration and we have the ability to dream. And this can only happen through entrepreneurship, is my belief. Okay, because it is not only creating innovation, it is creating value, it is creating valuation. Most importantly, it is creating jobs and global trade. We are sitting in the midst of something which I think we don't understand. Yeah. So, to your question, Sandhya, what does the entrepreneur ecosystem look like? What does the startup system look like? Here is what I would tell you. When I started angel investing in this country, nobody knew about it. It was a concept unheard of. I had a $500 million worth guy asking me, Padmaja, I understand what investment is, you'll give me returns. But what's the religious part of it? That's where the concept of angel investing was, right? Today, angel investing is an asset class sitting in every single HNI portfolio. Please note, I'm not saying ultra HNI. Ultra HNI is now a given. It is sitting in the HNI portfolio. So there is money. And if there is money, there is entrepreneurs and startups. And if there are startups, there is more money, right? It's a very cyclical process. So the more money that coming, more people are inspired to go entrepreneur and the other way around. So the only way I see the Indian startup ecosystem growing is north. There's no other way. This country is going back into its genes and pulling out everything to create not only entrepreneurial ventures for India, for the Indian market, but I think they're creating startups in India for the global market. And it's very easy to see this, right? Because we're such a diverse country with a very diverse customer base with very diverse needs. What you need in the north of India, you don't need in the south. What you need in east, you don't have the same customer base in the west, right? I mean, think about it. You need coconut oil in the south, but you need ghee in the north, right? I mean, it's just the behavior. So
even the type of ghee needed in different parts is probably different.
So if you have a product that works in any one part of this country, it will for sure work in some other country. There is no way that you can go wrong. So this is the best place to go entrepreneurial, to pilot, to scale, to create value. And guess what? Go global. So I just think we are currently in a time when the first career path is to go start. Failure has become accepted.
Right. I think that is the key, that is the key.
Yeah, funding is available. Indian entrepreneur talent is not high class. It's better than global talent, global quality, right? So we're driving technology around the world. I mean, the other day I was speaking to a very senior policymaker from the US, and he says, you know what our biggest challenge is? I said, what? He says, in India, we see everything on your 6-inch, 7-inch screen. Everything is on the mobile. We're not there.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah,
right?
Totally.
I think to all the entrepreneurs out there, this is your time. You are sitting at a best time in many decades that India has ever seen to create the most innovative solutions for a variety of needs which have now become global. And you can scale faster than ever because digitization has taken center stage. The pandemic has worked for us, not worked against us. So go for it, build and make yourselves not only valuation-wise rich, but create value for yourselves.
Wonderful, Padmaja. Wonderful. I think I'm reminded of the starting line when an athlete, I used to run as well. Ready, steady, go. So we're already ready. We're already steady. It's time just to go as a team and collaborate and move forward as entrepreneurs. Wonderful. I think the second very valid point that you brought in, it's okay to fail. Silicon Valley had always got this great, I would say, open hand for those who fail. Whereas in India, we always were looked down upon. If you got even a little bit of lesser marks, it was that competing. So yes, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I think what is even more important, you're right, it's okay to fail. But the acceptance of failure is sitting with our parents. Okay, that is very critical. If your parents of youngsters say, go try starting out. If you fail, it's okay.
Okay.
That is very important because it is the parents who are saying, oops, don't take a risk.
Yeah.
You got to get married and settle down and have kids, and you need to be the stable. You need to run a stable ship. But I think it's the parents' attitude that has changed. And I really, really want to bring this out because that's the societal change that entrepreneurship has brought. It's okay to fail. Go try it out.
Yeah. We are there to hold you. We are there as the wind beneath your wings.
I don't know about that. I think it's important to say, go dive and learn to swim. I think that's very important.
Okay, cool. Wonderful, Padmaja. I think I was forced into entrepreneurship when I went into Saudi Arabia after marriage because there was no go. There was no places which would employ women at all there. And so the only way was to promote Indian and international goods in Saudi Arabia. And that's how I happened to stumble into entrepreneurship and then never looked back for the last 30 years. So so went from one industry to another and it was wonderful. So let me make that a segue to bring Arlene on. Arlene, I think you are a champion on financial inclusion. I have seen with my start in Saudi and the Middle East how financial exclusion was huge with women, okay? And we had no-go zones, and it was so important. And today, where we stand, just about 25 years hence, everything is opening up. Everything is for everybody. So on that note, Arlene, I want you to bring in financial inclusion, which is your topic close to your heart. And you can talk about Ashoka at some point, how you visualize the future for women entrepreneurs, not just women entrepreneurs. I would think that's also a very not inclusive kind of statement that I make, but entrepreneurs in general, please.
Yes, thank you very much. And let me also start with sharing gratitude for the invite to join you and my co-panelists. It's really exciting company to be in, and thank you for your leadership in this Women Innovator event. I think it's super inspiring. So another thank you is, I actually wanted to share something different, but I'm really inspired by Anju's angle. And Padma, you are also reiterating it. What we often do is we bring ourselves, and that's what makes our messages quite powerful. So I wasn't planning to do so, but let me also start with bringing in a little bit of myself. Like, I started my career, it's actually the different way around, in a very safe space where I sort of developed in the corporate sector. But I have to admit that my heart really started ticking when I stepped into my entrepreneurship. This was only 10 years after my career in the corporate sector. Was when I started to, I met a lady high up in the mountain after I had waded the water knee deep. And there they were making coconut ropes, or ropes from coconut hair. And when the Microcredits for Mothers, the microfinance institution which I founded, started to support her, and this is really with small time funds like €50 or something, this was bringing such a pleasure and joy to me. And that's when I was born as a social entrepreneur, and I really felt that the blood was streaming and made my heart ticking. And this is actually what I would love to bring to here too, because I think that's very important, to bring that purpose and that passion to everything you do. And maybe from there I can talk a little bit about the financial inclusion that I'm so passionate about, because I think it's important for us that apart from developing our own leadership and female leadership and female entrepreneurship, we should not forget about the 1.5 billion people out there that is not able to develop like that in similar careers. It's really about income generating activities, and it's about having a safe place to save your money and being able to get a loan if you want to invest in your business. And I think, well, let's not even talk about micro mortgages and pensions, right? And there's a whole lot more to do there. There has been a whole wave of microfinance institutions, but I think there needs to be another wave for really igniting the powering the people that work at this base of the pyramid, maybe we can call that. And that maybe brings me to the part of Ashoka. Ashoka is a worldwide network of social entrepreneurs, like such as yourself, right? And it is important to sort of join in this global effort to break the inequity that's out there. And if we empower women, but specifically, but also empowerment in general, that means that if everybody is powerful, then the system that perpetuates this inequality is dismantled and is rebuilt, and only then we will get this equal access to opportunities. And I feel, and this is also what I experienced in the early start of my career, much of the world is currently stuck in this management model that is based on teaching people a certain skill. Well, but we already know that's very outdated in this everything changing world that we are now living. One must be a change maker, him or herself, right? Sure. To be able to play, and change maker skills is therefore at the core heart, I would say, at what we do. I think it's an attitude, maybe not even skills, to change making. It consists of empathy, creativity, teamwork. It's collaboratively solving a problem, not alone in isolation, but in collaboration. It's the entrepreneurship in that, right? And a whole new kind of leadership is arising from that. So one that takes ownership, but also one, mind you, that is very distributed, is highly collaborative, in which we sort of acknowledge that we all lead, right? It's not top down, it's really a collaborative. And that paradigm of leadership, it's very caring. It's very connected, it's sharing, and this requires a lot of communication, and especially, I would say, the listening part of the communication, and that requires trust and openness and transparency. And let me stress that I really feel that women are very well equipped to lead in that way. And as long as we believe in ourselves and we dare to speak up, I think we will get there.
Well said, Arlene. That is so powerful. I've always held the belief that looking back, one can join the dots, okay? Because you know where you went wrong, what went right, and so on. But if you want to do something and move forward, to go forward, there has to be the risk-taking ability, there has to be trust, there has to be so much of openness where stress-free manner you can work with everybody. It is not in that competing one, you or me, it is you and me, right? So from or to and is what I think you have brought out very beautifully. Anju, let me just come on to you and then Padmaja and Arlene. I would like to have for entrepreneurs, people who want to be entrepreneurs. What's your one wow? And the wow is word of wisdom. Anju,
yeah.
Start off.
So you wanted to know only one wow? I would definitely
one wow. Okay, take two.
Okay, so my one wow is INCRED. When I say INCRED, I follow a practice whenever I need to take a step or a leap. I follow this technique. This actually comes with challenging your own self and challenging the situation you are in. I do believe in that we limit ourselves with the negative beliefs we carry with ourselves. I can't do it, I don't have skills. So this INCRED technique which I follow and I always practice is whenever I take a decision. Let me give you the name. I say is intelligible, means your idea should be good enough to presentable. Should be not a big idea, it should be very clear idea. Then it says, when are you trying to achieve this? And it says, navigate. What is the measure of success? How you'll measure it? What you want to drive it? The next one is C. So C is actually a leadership trait which says, do you challenge yourself or you get challenged by somebody else or some situation? So challenge, understand what are the limitations you have, be it a negative emotions you're carrying it. And I've seen a lot of people carries their negative emotions, as I mentioned initially, that I can't do it. It comes with your belief system, and belief system develops at the start of your journey of life. And as Padmaja was also mentioning, we were courageous enough to go and share with our parents that what we want to do it. It is the belief system we had. Whenever we'll speak, we'll get an answer. But some people carry that belief that if I say, my parents would say no, and they stop taking the decision. So it is the challenges you're struggling with. You need to cut that challenges. Then comes to the real. Are you talking about real change you want to bring in, real business you want to drive it, or you're just trying to do a herd mentality? Everybody's doing, let me also try to do that. It's very important to know it is a real thing you're trying to change it. Then it comes to E is exact. When you want to achieve this, whenever you want to become it. So be very clear in mapping your goals and then do it. If you're very clear on your goal, it's measurable. It is, you have cut down all the challenges, people challenge, your own belief. and you know when I want to achieve it, then do it. Don't hold yourself. Make a commitment to yourself. So that's my one wow in great technique follow.
Awesome. That's a great takeaway for all the listeners on this panel. You take away incredible information from Anju, okay, with Incred. So please map that in and listen to this again and again. And I think if it becomes part of your thinking, DNA, sleeping, getting up, you will not question and doubt yourself, because there's absolutely no room for doubt once you're on the entrepreneurship journey. You just have to go and do it. So wonderful. Thank you for that word of wisdom. Padmaja, over to you. Before the conversation, we spoke about how beautiful the manufacturing tech is looking, stem cells are looking. So your word of wisdom and the other point as well, please. Where should we focus on as we move forward?
Thanks, Sandhya. I think considering that we are on a women platform, I'll just focus slightly on women. I think entrepreneurship is something which almost brings people, equalizes gender disparity. You know, that when you start up, just because you're a woman, the risks don't go down. Okay, and just because you're a man, the risks still don't go down.
True.
So it's a very equalizing career path. What you make of it is up to each person. And I see this pictures that I when we look at entrepreneurs who are women entrepreneurs and when we look at men entrepreneurs, I think the only thing that matters is neck up, not neck down. Okay. And what you can do, what's your competency, what are your leadership skills, how do you plan to get the venture started? Have you understood each and every aspect? I won't go into the details, but have you understand what you are getting into? Do you understand the market? Do you understand as customer? Do you know how you're going to deliver? How you're going to handle the financials? The same questions to women and men. There's really no difference when we are evaluating markets. And believe me, once we invest, the same pressures. Same pressures. In fact, there is a manufacturing tech company that we have invested in. One of the co-founders is a woman, the other a man, not related. Okay. And I find it's the woman who goes at night and closes down the factory. It is women who actually during lockdown picked up her car and drove down for certain approvals that she needed from an lab. Okay. Yeah. It wasn't the man.
Yeah.
It was women who engineered the product, designed the product. Okay, I'm purposely highlighting this to say that we would have expected perhaps to have the man do it. It's the reverse.
Right.
So I think it's very, very important, at least from an investor perspective and even for entrepreneurs to understand. It's what you bring on the table as a person, what you bring on the table as your competency. It is your passion, your ability to lead and build something that matters. If we have, as women, we say, oh, we need to look at the house, we need to look after the house, we need to look after children, we need to be safe and sound. The same applies to men. Men also need to look after children. They can't, the only thing they can't do is give birth, period. Right? They have to still run the home fires.
Yeah.
So I think to a great extent, if I may venture and if I may say, I think it is us women who need to shed the fact that we need an advantage. We don't. We need to take advantage of ourselves and build it out. I think that's very important.
Absolutely agree with you, Padmaja. I think this particular area where we keep saying women empowerment. I think we are such powerful women already,
Yes.
both in the house. I am so, I wouldn't say against that word, but it really doesn't cut ice with, there's so much power within us. And speaking during this time of Navratri, where women goddesses are worshipped in India, I would think that it's for no reason that it wasn't in the ancient times. We've always been very powerful. We just need to remember that we are powerful and go ahead and do it, whatever we wish to.
I mean, we can't be asking on one hand that we are equal to men, and then going back and saying we want a handicap. It doesn't work. Honestly, we are undermining ourselves. Right?
Absolutely.
So I think it's very important also to come to a second point that I wanted to make. There is literally nothing that a woman cannot. Okay, we are what we make of ourselves. We will tread our own paths, whether we follow somebody or we create new paths. It doesn't matter. But we will tread our own paths.
Yeah.
We will have entrepreneurs, and I've seen tons and tons of entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, who are doing ventures which we in our socially boxed mind would say, this is a good idea for a woman to do it. But when I come to some others, I'm seeing a woman founder leading a venture on stem cell research. The patents are sitting in her name, and she's made a success of it. Okay, right. I'm seeing a drug discovery venture led by a woman, no man co-founder. I am seeing a venture led by a woman in manufacturing tech, going and installing retrofittable devices over generators to decrease pollution. Hardware boxes where software can be embedded. They are not doing the software to fit into the box. They're making the box for the software to be embedded. I just want to go out there and tell people, we have a woman entrepreneur who's doing 5G telecom and giving a run for its money and going and sitting in front of Airtel and Bharti Telecom and saying, this is what it is and this is what I can do to you. She's raised money from global players, including ourselves, right? Yeah. I think the world has changed, and I'm seeing it change extremely fast. There is nothing we cannot do. So I would go and tell every woman entrepreneur, break your mold and do what you think is your best competency. You are not empowered. You are powered to empower others, be it men or women. And I think that's very important. The second piece that you wanted me to touch on, and I'll just pick it up. Yes, we have invested in we have invested in companies which is attracting very high quality monies. And this has been the history of iron over the last 17 years. We have attracted money in our portfolios from the likes of Tiger, Global, Matrix, Sequoia, all the marquee VCs, many of the corporates like InfoEdge, Wipro, Paytm, etc., Credit Suisse, DHL, Just Eat from the UK. And so we have also attracted money from the Bollywood. Okay, I think to my mind, good high quality money is not categorized in any boxes. It is dependent on the people who hold that money. The quality of money becomes very important. Money is only check, but I think the non-financial investment which becomes very important. How much time do you give? What kind of networks can you leverage for your investee companies? What kind of mind space can you give? What kind of door openers can you do? What kind of back-end support you can give? Everybody will not be able to do everything, but each one has competency, and together you can create a very valuable startup. So I think for us, bringing in a celebrity or a celebrity rather investing, we didn't bring in, we were approached. Coming in is great, but the value is not the check. The value is what kind of brand visibility and market access can you create. So I think it's one more category of fund that we are looking at.
Wonderful, wonderful.
So I think what I want to leave as a message to the entrepreneurs, just as you are very careful about who your co-founder is, just as you do ref checks for your team members, please bring in quality investors. When I say quality investors into your cap table, you want people who are empathetic. First of all, they align with your philosophy and your cause and whatever you're doing. Second, they are bringing in more than just money. Third, it's kosher, clean money. It's extremely important. It's better to not have money than to have unclean money. This is a message I want to give. I'm seeing too many.
No, I agree.
And
completely.
Number four, you want people who can talk, reason, and understand where you're going, so that they're not calling you every week and saying, hey, you don't want those. Startups are long gestation, they're long gestation asset class. You need investors who understand that, who will work with you, walk with you, and actually create value with you. So I think that's a message I'd like to give.
How true. I have come across so many potential investors and even friends who talk about just doubling their value without even knowing what the business is about. And that is so painful when you're an entrepreneur and so widespread into doing the things and getting things going. The last thing you want is those phone calls coming every week, right? Trying to justify where you're going. So that's one. But interestingly, I read in the newspapers just today, I think, about how electric vehicle CEOs, about 5 of them are women. With all that particular space, apparently a lot of women CEOs are filling that chair. Now, I wouldn't say that we should box ourselves, but new tech, whatever is coming up now, is so open to both women entrepreneurs and also leaders from within the organizations to fill that chair right now. So thank you very much, Padmaja, for highlighting the key must-dos in terms of taking a check on the investor quality and the quality of money. Very, very important point that you brought up there. Aline, what is your word of wisdom for the people who want out there to be entrepreneurs, or even the women in the Womennovator network? We have over 10,000 Womennovator small businesses. They also qualify as, many of them are social entrepreneurs. And how can they take away from the knowledge that you have to share today with everybody?
Well, it's hard to share on top of what already has been shared. So, and thanks for sharing that. I couldn't agree more, especially also with the part that we shouldn't distinguish too much between the women and the men. I think we should not box ourselves in. Absolutely true that. Let me steal my leader's, the founder of Ashoka's quote. He always says, and I really think that's true, we should give ourselves permission to be change makers or to be entrepreneurs. And I think there's a whole lot in there. And one part that is in there is actually that we should bring our whole self. And although I think it's absolutely true that we shouldn't distinguish too much between them, but it is also true that many of us, or at least let's talk about me, I always have this little devil on my shoulder, and this little one that says, this demeaning voice, you can't do it. And I think we have to, like Anju was saying, we have to challenge. If we bring ourselves, we also bring this little devil, but we can also challenge the little devil. The devil is telling you something, and then you think, is that really true? Probably not. And maybe if it's true, you're not alone. You can ask for support, right? So you can reach out. And I think that's where our power is, that we can connect and commit and engage with others. And it's okay not to be perfect. So if you bring your whole self and also accept that there are some weaknesses that you do not bring, you actually open up to partner up with others and ask the other to bring exactly in that where you're less strong, right? And that's, I think, what we should bring, what I mean when I say bring in your whole self and allow yourself, give yourself permission to be a change maker, right? Because you can do it all, and there's no star too high and you can reach it. But bring it all and never underestimate your own gut feeling. I mean, trust your gut feeling, but that doesn't mean that you have to run away for the things you are scared of. No, you face them directly in the eyes and you can seek help for those things that you feel like, okay, let's team up to get there. So I think it's important to also mention that there are some invisible hurdles we still have to overcome. But it's very technology, but also this new world we are in. It's easier for us to overcome. We can easier reach out. We can easier team up. So I think that would be my biggest add to the discussion so far.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Aline. Let me do a quick rapid fire with all of you. I know that there is a hard stop in about 8 minutes for some of us. So one rapid fire round. This time it will be Padmaja, Anju, and Erleen. Okay. Just giving you a little bit of a spot. What is, the 1 hour without some excitement? Okay. So one habit to take home the point of financial independence for women. One habit that a woman should develop for financial independence. A habit that has helped you, or a habit that you have seen in a friend which has helped them become financially independent.
I think what worked for me, let me share it. Okay, what worked for me is a very simple question I put to myself every single day. Am I pulling my weight?
Am I
pulling my weight?
Wait.
Okay, so yeah, pun intended. I think for me it was very important to be self-sufficient from class 9. I paid my way to my education, and it wasn't very clearly. It wasn't because my parents couldn't. They were completely capable to do so. I also got myself right against and fight with my parents because they wanted to do it for me, and went to the extent that Erleen, this may be a little new for you, but usually in our society, from the background I come, our parents give us jewelry, our parents give us clothes, and we took all that because we did not want them to be put in a bit of a spot with all the relatives and friends, but this morning found it all. So for me, I think pulling your weight, do you really what you want? Is this what you've earned? And is it just, it's very important, because as you grow your career, it's not also that you put in more effort and get underpaid. I think it's also the other way around. That I'm being paid, am I doing enough? Whatever I'm doing.
Yeah.
And I think that creates a focus in your mind, which is not only financial independence, but I think it creates a self-confidence that come anything in the world, I'll be able to stand on my feet. And that's a very important feeling, even if you never have to. I think it builds a huge. I hope I've answered it.
Yes, absolutely, Padmaja. Thank you for that. Anju.
Yeah, so one of the things I really focus on, and I request everyone to focus on, to know the budget management. That's very, very basic. One should know what is the inflow, what is the outflow. That's important. Sometimes some women wants to start a business, but they don't know how to fetch money, how to invest money, and what are the expenses I will have to incur. This is the basic skills. Definitely we need to learn it and upskill yourself. That's important. If you're not upskilling yourself, how the economy is changing, how the trending is changing, then definitely you're going beyond, you're going back, you are making yourself obsolete in this journey. So get yourself upskilled, do read financials, it's important.
Yes, absolutely. I think anybody would tell you today that if you're not learning every day, you become obsolete. And I remember when about 10, 12 years ago, when all the social media channels came, my son came over to me, Mom, do you want to be relevant or irrelevant in 10 years? Sit down and learn this. You know, I was like shying away a little. And he said, you want to be relevant or irrelevant? Oh, no, I want to be relevant. I want to stay relevant. Okay, learn. So it came so naturally to the younger generation. But yes, upskilling even in other areas. And I think I've spoken to many financial experts and people who are holding top positions, and they come up and say, oh, this crypto and other things I don't understand. I said, how can you not have devoted time yet, you know, to even reading about it and seeing where it is going? So I think huge amount of upskilling. Thank you for that, Anju. Erlene, what about you? A habit for financial independence for women?
Yeah, I would like to add or broaden the upskilling discussion a little bit to considering it as a continuous learning journey. I mean, the only constant is change, right? So knowing that, you also need to always learn. So I would say, ask yourself the question every day: are you still learning? Are you still growing? And this needs to be close to your passion and your purpose, right? And next to that, I think it's always important to also ask, do I get a fair share for that, financially seen? Not just you, right? You should ask the question for yourself, yes, but you should also ask it for the ones that are in your value chain. Is the one you sell to, but also the one you buy from, are they getting a fair share? Because that's our way to really get to a more fair economy for all of us. So I think I would like to tie it in the systems view.
Erlene, you have opened up an area where we need a whole session on fair trade, which I think we have not planned, and it opens up an idea for Womennovator, because we are a whole ecosystem of suppliers, buyers, and we are looking at forming a network where women can invest in other businesses too, right? So I would think you have opened up a wonderful new area of discussion. Thank you so much, ladies. It's been wonderful getting to know you a little more than what we see over in your LinkedIn profiles, and having you live on Womennovator today will add a lot of value to our listeners, not only for now, because we have ongoing sessions of mentorship. Invite you to all that, but this session will also serve as probably a learning tool later for many of the women cohorts that are coming up.
After this motivating panel discussion, let's take a moment to appreciate our influencers and jewels. I would like to invite Tripti Singhal Somani to come up over here and introduce the panel for the day.
So, I hope you're enjoying, and we'll keep trying to make it as interesting and as innovative as possible for you this day. I hope you're enjoying the achievement of the women who are sharing their journey today with you all. But we have someone very, very inspiring with us, Dr. Mukulita Vijayvargiya, someone I look up to as a professional who adhered to the code of conduct like none other. She's a whole-time member in Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India. She's also has a wide experience of 40 years of experience in legal field in various capacity. I mean, as an advocate, law teacher, researcher, guide to PhD scholar, law officer, civil servant, as a member of Indian Legal Service. I mean, can you imagine someone with so much on herself, and she's keep herself as down to earth as possible. So join me today in conversation with Dr. Mukulita. Let's get it started. Ma'am, we would like to discuss with you the legal awareness part, which a woman, which a woman should know today. What are the key important aspects, whether when she's getting divorced or she's thinking of divorce because of n number of reasons, or even men for that matter, because I know you shared with me that the law is equal for all. They don't differentiate between gender. It is neutral. But still, there are challenges. A woman, when it comes to thinking about things are not going good and they want to know if they leave, will the kids will be with them? Will they inherit the surname they have been carrying on for years, or will they have to go back to their surnames which they had? These are the few things that women think, or they keep thinking, and they don't go and resolve the things with the law. So, ma'am, what are your insight you would like to share with us and our women today?
Tripti, just I would like to say that we know that women, it is women as a whole, as a constitutes half of the country's population, no doubt. And we have number of laws, and women are having equal rights with the man. There is no doubt. Our parliamentarians or lawmakers, they have facilitated the whole country, and especially the women folk, to have those rights, no doubt. Now it is a duty of the beneficiaries, stakeholders, or women as stakeholders to contribute, to perform their duties. You had asked rightly a question about the legal awareness. You all know that every law every law is scrutinized on the touchstone of Constitution. And the Constitution is the best guide. So every woman should know the rights granted. Every woman should first know the rights granted under the Constitution. Fundamental rights chapter is there. Right to liberty, freedom of speech and expression, following the religion also. Number of rights are there. You will find in the fundamental rights chapter. But rights alone cannot bring any happiness. Rights alone cannot bring any change. Rights alone cannot protect your own rights also. Every right carries with it power and duty, as per Hofield's formula. So till you perform your duty, and as far as duties are concerned, every woman need to know, every woman should know what are the duties under the Constitution. And for, I think, I would like to quote from Article 51A of the Constitution. And I think I will just, there are a number of duties. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There are 11 duties. But I would like to quote only 5 duties which a women, I think, should perform, should keep in mind. Nobody talks of fundamental duties which a woman is also required to perform. And now women has become a game changer in the national development, for the national security, for upbringing children, to preserve culture also. And just I would like to quote only 5 duties which every woman, I think she can do along with her family duties, along with her office work also. First is to abide by the constitution and respect its ideals and institutions. Whatever ideals enshrined in the preamble and institutions which are mentioned in the constitution, the 3 wings of the state, national flag and national anthem. So every woman should oppose whosoever inserts national anthem or national flag. Certainly she should come forward. She is part of the country. She is part of the country in defending the country also. Secondly, to defend the country and render national service when called upon to do so. I think this duty nobody thinks of. Nobody calls any lady to do so. But now I think with this government, you find that now every lady can clear National Defense Academy examination also. There is a National Defense Academy, and recently there is a judgment of the Supreme Court which has allowed girls to appear in the NDA examination and they can join the forces. So National Defense Academy, they can study over there. Third, to promote harmony and the spirit of common brotherhood amongst all the people. Taptiji, you will find that in families, I think when there is a division of family and there is some conflict, I think somewhere, to some extent, we ladies are also responsible. So if we want to have harmony in the country, first we have to begin with the family only. Let us have that culture that we can have harmony in the family. Just परिवार में harmony रहेगी, आप देश में harmony ला सकते हैं, otherwise not. Otherwise, I think you will be responsible for, if the lady is not performing this duty, then she is responsible for, I think, division of the family, division of the community also. Then you won't be able to facilitate that. No. You won't be able to resolve also if there are conflicts in the society. The another duty is that to value and preserve the rich heritage of our composite culture. It is the, I think, whole responsibility of preserving the culture lies on ladies only women only. And let us remember the ancient culture where the ladies,
I will jump here. So we are definitely talking about responsibility. I would like to know here, when you are evaluating, because these are notional cost, notional work and responsibility you're doing, which cannot be measured. So tomorrow, if our husband, how much he's bringing to the table to take care of the family, his responsibility can be quantified that he's earning this much. But a woman who's responsible, which you're talking about, you're saying woman is responsible, you're saying they are responsible for it. Equally, men are responsible today. But I cannot quantify it. Tomorrow, due to some reason, if they are not able to get along together and she has to go and she want to quantify her efforts, that's where the whole problem comes. Both are responsible. Both the citizens are responsible for this. But how will she quantify and claim that she has worked on these responsibilities? We are assuming here that woman is doing these responsibilities and she's not charging anything for taking care of the family, for being responsible on these 5 points or majority of points. Now, she's not going and earning, so can't quantify, but she's working every day to take care of the family, which cannot be quantified. How tomorrow, if nothing works well and she has been perfectly doing all the responsibility, how she will quantify the cost of her work? How will she claim her years which she has given to make sure of these notional work she has done? Is the major challenge today. I mean, one is that she's responsible for this, but how tomorrow, what is the law that she can claim tomorrow from the husband? In US somewhere, if a woman claims, the amount she can claim for being a wife and taking care is huge. But in India, is there defined how much and what can be claimed? What if she has done all the duty? How will she justify that she has done all these duty is my question here. How will she prove the point? Because there's no written agreement, there is no written proof, there are no photographs she can produce, which shows
Yeah, Sati, I think you rightly pointed out. She performs her duties, but that is a kind of unpaid labor and nobody can quantify. Maa ki mamta, the mother's love, the sister's love, or any duty performed by any mother or sister as a wife or a bhabhi, I think whatever she performs can't be measured in terms of in terms of money, but still we can. I think this is the demand, or I should say that this is the right time when we all women can raise this issue before the government, that from bringing a child from day 1 to 5 years, what should be the compensation a lady may require, or what should be the compensation government should pay or the husband should pay to that lady. I think that quantum it can't be measured, no doubt. Love cannot be measured. Whatever love a mother has given to child, can you measure? No, you can't measure. But certainly the services she has rendered in performing those duties, certainly there can be a quantification of those services rendered. And those services rendered, I think in the Indian context, when the lady is, bringing up the child, taking care of the home, I think many times she takes care of the child also. She takes tuition of the child also at home, and she doesn't ask for any tutor from outside. I think.
So, ma'am, I would like to close this discussion on saying that yes, the law demands today a clarity on the notional cause year-wise. Maybe not 5 years, 1 year you've taken care, 2 years you've taken care, 3 years of your marriage you've taken care of your husband, your family, taken all the stress of the family. Now the point comes here is, if the husband says that for last 3 years you are saying that she is eligible but she has not done anything, how does she prove such a point? Law also need a clarification. If you have maintained a marriage status for 3 years or 2 years it is assumed that she has done all those duties. Something or she is not assumed, how will you quantify or prove the point if the husband says that for last 3 years you're saying that I've done, but I can tell you that she's not done. Because we have to protect husband also. We have to ensure that even husband, if he's right, then he's not paying to a woman who is not right. So I would like to close this discussion by saying that yes, the law is definitely neutral, but it's silent and has to be amended with quantification of years serviced by a woman, but also how do you do an audit of who is right, who is wrong, an investigation to get into details, which can always be questioned and confirmed by external people. So, ma'am, I would like to ask a quick question in regards to insolvency, and bankruptcy. What role do you think today women is playing in this particular segment? A lot of women have become IPs today, have given the exams, they are registered IPs. What are your views and what do you see? What is the composition today of IPs who are women, and what do you think our future look like in this sector for women?
Today, at present, we have only 2% of women in this sector, because IP's job is round the clock, 24/7, because the time is limited. One has to complete the resolution, and IP has dual responsibilities. First is to manage the day-to-day affairs of the company. He has to run the company, or she has to run the company. Secondly, he has to conduct the whole process within 180 days. That means taking control of the assets, getting claims verified, collation of claims, and then preparing information memorandum, then giving expression of interest for inviting clients. Certainly, I think he has to care for every minute, and every minute is precious for them. And in this field, I think ladies have family responsibilities also, and they cannot perform. So we find only 2% of ladies, but the ladies who are in this profession, certainly their performance is better than their male counterpart, no doubt, because they first, I think every IP, unlike other professionals, they are required to follow code of conduct, which is part of a statutory instrument. In cases of other professionals, code of conduct is not part of statutory instruments. But in our case, the code of conduct is part of the regulations, and there is a punishment for violation of the code of conduct. And till date, I think there have been 84 orders issued by the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, disciplining all the professionals, and mostly those disciplinary proceedings related to violation of code of conduct. So certainly when it comes to code of conduct, ladies are the first, they don't violate. If there is a violation, there have been 2 cases only. Out of these 84 cases, only 2 cases have been there. And those cases, because they were not ignorant about the up-to-date knowledge of the law or the regulations, and that's why in good faith they committed that mistake. Otherwise, I appreciate that ladies, insolvency professionals certainly have, those professionals have rendered their services.
I can say this goes for a round of applause for the women IPs. That I know there are 2%, and 2%, I think, ma'am, you said, who are past IPs. Out of total IPs, only 2% are women IPs who have passed the exams.
Who are registered with the board.
With the board, but only few of them are getting the work. I think out of 2%. Only
2% of the total registered professionals are the women, and they are getting the work. They have proved to be the best insolvency professionals also, and people have trust in them, and they are handling very nicely those things, and how to examine the transactions which have been done by the corporate debtor when during pre-insolvency period. They are able to, I think, I should name those 2. I can name one lady. She has been awarded by the International Society also, and internationally recognized is Mrs. Binnani. Mamta Binnani is one of the insolvency professionals, and she has been internationally recognized and awarded also.
Wonderful, ma'am. Thank you so much.
And she was the first lady to have the resolution under the code. She was the first lady to have the resolution.
Wow, so great to hear that, ma'am, and thank you so much for sharing this. And I would like to say to everyone who has registered or planning to do want to become an IP, so this is a great fact. You should know that a woman is, whoever is registered, only 2% have registered as member of IPPI, and they are doing such great work. That means you all can do too. So, and the part that women are doing their code of conduct, they're following so well, actually tells us that how dedicated they are and how great it would be to have more and more women taking this opportunity of being an IP. So thank you, ma'am, for highlighting such an important aspect, which I think none of us were even aware about. So, ma'am, would you like to say a few words before we end this session today? Such a lovely interaction with you on the very important 2 aspects. And would you like to say something to all our awardees today and all the audience who are listening to you, ma'am?
Yes, I appeal to I appeal to the women folk, maybe of this country or maybe outside country. Every woman should recognize her strength to preserve culture, her strength to promote family, her strength for defending the country, and her strength to bring the new generation or the children with a good opportunity. One lady has to provide the opportunity for education, and that is a fundamental duty under the constitution. Unless you provide good education, and I think the mother is the first teacher, and she should not only the first teacher, she should continue to be a teacher throughout the life of the children. Then only we can, I think, facilitate, we can preserve our culture, we can defend our country, and we can bring harmony in the family and among the communities also. So it is a responsibility. I think now ladies has to come, should be in the forefront. Barristers were in the forefront when there was a freedom movement. But when it is a new India, let all ladies come forward. All Indian ladies shall come forward. Maybe a village lady, maybe जो agriculture की wife है, वो भी. So let us make them aware that you are part of this country and you are part of this independent India, and you have to contribute for building new India in any way. Just they have to prevent their male counterpart. I think I appeal to everybody that your husband, your brother, your son does not involve in any corrupt or male practices, including the offense of rape. Why? Why this offense of rape is there in India? And India has been stigmatized. Even it has affected our tourist economy also. Why? So let us, all ladies should come forward that we will prevent it. We will inculcate among the male counterpart that they don't commit any offense which affects the society, which affects the economy, which affects our country, sovereignty of the country. That's my appeal to everybody, and everybody should recognize their strength and should also realize their responsibilities also.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was wonderful today. We were in conversation with Dr. Mukulita, ma'am. Thank you once again, and tune in for more exciting panel discussions after this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us.
Let's move forward to the next set of awardees of 1000 Women of Asia Award. The first winner of this set is Parveen Fazul. Our next winner is Veera Janki. Our next winner is Samira. Our next winner is Amol Priya.
வணக்கம் மேம், என்னோட பேர் அமுல் பிரியா. நான் எம்எஸ்சி மைக்ரோபயாலஜி முடிச்சிருக்கேன். 2009 முடித்தேன். நான் வந்து அப்போவே ப்ராஜெக்ட் வந்து 2009 எம்எஸ்சி மைக்ரோபயாலஜி முடித்தேன். அப்போவே வந்து என்னோடய ப்ராஜெக்ட்டு, என்னோடய ஆர்வம் எல்லாம் வந்து நாங்கள் மீனவ சமுதாயத்தை சேர்ந்தவங்க. என்னோடய ப்ராஜெக்ட் எல்லாம் அது ஓரியன்டாகவே இருந்துச்சு. ஸ்க்ரீனிங் ஆஃப் பாக்டீரியல் பேத்தோஜன்ஸ் இன் ஸ்ட்ரீம். த சாம்பிள்ஸ் வேர் கலெக்டட் ஃப்ரம் ஹேட்சரிஸ்லேருந்து சாம்பிள்ஸ் கலெக்ட் பண்ணி ப்ராஜெக்ட் பண்ணேன். அதையே இப்போ வந்து ஒரு 10 இயர்ஸ் கழிச்சு நான் அதை வந்து ஆன்ஃபீல்டுக்கு கொண்டு வந்திருக்கேன். இது வந்து என்னோடய ஃபேமிலியில் வந்து ஆஸ் யூஷுவலாக பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஆனால் நான் வந்து கொஞ்சம் மண்ணுக்கும் மனுஷனுக்கும் எந்த விதமான தீங்கும் விளைவிக்காத அளவுக்கு ஆர்கானிக்காக பண்ணணுன்றதுக்காக ப்ராஜெக்டை கையில் எடுத்திருக்கேன். நான் தனியாக ஒரே ஒரு ஃபார்ம் மட்டும் எடுத்து நான் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறேன். எனக்கு அதுக்கு கொஞ்சம் ஃபினான்ஷியல் சப்போர்ட் எனக்கு வேணும். எனக்கு ஒரு 5 lakhs இருந்தால் இந்த ப்ராஜெக்டை நான் சக்சீடாக ரன் பண்ணிவிடுவேன்.
Next winner is Mahalakshmi. Next winner is Dr. Neelam Mansoori. Next winner is Yasmin Hussain. Next winner is GP Lenin. Next winner is R. Rohini. Next winner is Annie Sam. Next winner is P. Saravanan. Next winner is Abhirami Vivek. Also like to thank our partner, Shutters, Eden Resorts and Restaurants, and Academy of Maritime Education and Training. Moving on, our next winner is Nazam Bilospura. The next winner is Sweta Kasoor.
Hey everyone, my name is Sweta Kasoor. I'm 25 years old and founder and CEO of Nemo Technologies Private Limited. Our Nemo company is waste management company, which is funded by Goldman Sachs recently in 2019, and our company is supported by Sugar Municipal Corporation of India. What our company does is it basically provides two kinds of services. First is the scheduled pickup. Second is the on-demand pickup. We have started this company and the journey in Iklera village, which is near Surat city, and we have solved the waste management problem in that village with a success rate of 90%. And after this business growth, the SMC also wanted to incorporate our idea into Surat city. So now we are aiming to implement our idea in Surat city by the end of 2020.
The next winner is Pooja Juganin.
So hello everybody, my name is Pooja Jogani and she is my teammate Nikita Thanki, and we are event professionals. The name of our firm is Cart Creations. So you must have heard about the story of Aladdin and his magic carpet. So you guys, that is our clients are Aladdins and we are your genies. So whenever you have any event requirement, any celebration, be it a birthday, anniversary, baby shower, wedding, we are there to help you with all your requirements. Like we help them sail over the ideas, like totally creative ideas that are affordable to help them do everything that they want to, like help the clients plan their dream wedding, their dream anniversaries, and help them with their totally management requirement. So that's what we do. Thank you so much.
The next winner is Srimati Meenakshi Ben Bodwala. The next winner is Trupti Shroff.
So good evening everyone, all the pretty faces over here, and very warm welcome to all the esteemed judges over here. It's a pleasure to be here and would like to say thanks to Lesser Army for giving us this platform. So by profession I am an anchor, MC from last 16 years. Until the date I have hosted 2000 plus shows pan India. So now I'm keen and willing to do globally.
Next winner is Vibha Chopra.
Hello sir, hello ma'am, hello everyone. I'm Vibha Chopra and I've been working as an international transformation coach, counselor and trainer since 5 years in this field now. My mission is to help people to unlock their power within and thereby remove mental blocks to help them lead a life they desire. So I am a company secretary, but I switched into this profession before 5 years because I was always keen on helping people build the life they desire. So all these 5 years I've been doing nothing but helping people to achieve that change.
The next winner is Neerav Jogani. Our next winner is Rashesh Saha. Our next winner is Sahil Uppal. Our next winner is Ramesh Acharya. Our next winner is Purvi Mehta. Our next winner is Colonel Manjeet Singh. We would also like to thank our partners Lenses School Army, EcoWork, 93.4 My FM, and BNI Surat. Moving on, our next winner is Meera Haridas.
A very good morning to all. It's really a pleasure to be here this morning with being a Womennovator influencer.
Next winner is Dr. Chandravadhana. Our next winner is Dr. Mary Anita.
Myself, Dr. Mary Anita, is the founder chairman to Center for Empowerment and Enrichment, which aims to bring the differently able to the limelight. Under our various programs, around 3,720 differently able kids being registered, and every year through socializing programs, nearly 1,200 are participating. We are the first one to start a specially abled children's day, uniquely me, first of its kind in India. I don't know whether you people know me well. I'm the person who been to quarantine with a 6-month-old baby whose parents turned positive. The baby was with me for a month. And thank you so much for the support. My number is 944-644-222. Mail ID is info@sifi.org. Thank you.
Next is Pinkie Jay Prakash.
Everyone says we should follow our dream, but what should we do if we don't know what we want to achieve? This is one of our most haunting questions, even from our school days. We are not getting individualized care and guidance in order to identify the skill sets, strength, weakness, and ensuring the holistic performance of the students. In fact, least importance is given in the psychological well-being of students. Our product Schedule is a complete digital assessment platform for building the best performing school community. Our unique assessment module integrated with the AI technology will help in analyzing the behavior of the students deeply and thereby ensuring the complete holistic growth and its performance. We are here to expand our market, especially since we understand the need of such a solution now more than ever. So here is our vision: rethinking education, redefining schools, recreating future.
Next is Joseph.
Thanks. First of all, thanks Sinha, and thanks everyone for hosting me, for having me here. It's really a pleasure to actually.
Next is Joseph. Next is Manisha Agrawal.
Thank you for inviting me to this. I would say a big this panel where so many eminent people are there. So thank you very much. I think one of my students, as ma'am was saying, one of my students is a part of this endeavor, which was a wonderful use for me, and very, I would say, a positive feeling, because being an educator earlier, I have seen a lot of changes as the children grow up.
Our next is Manisha Mohan.
Thank you, Mira, and thank you, InQ, for inviting me to be a jury of this program. So, as an entrepreneur, according to me, an entrepreneur is an individual who creates a new business and an important driver of economic growth and innovation. The increasing presence of women as entrepreneurs has led to the change in the demographic characteristics of business and economic growth of our country.
Next is Dilip Ibrahim.
I know that she put a lot of effort last couple of years to make this happen, and actually she is on a mission to make thousands of women to make them entrepreneurs and giving opportunity for them.
Next is Sapna Menon. We would also like to thank our partners, Working Business Associate Private Limited. Moving on, our next is Nayan Mitra. Our next is Rashi Saraugi.
I am Rashi Saraugi, and I help connect patients with leading doctors worldwide through my medical management company called Healing Solution LLP. Firstly, we recommend doctors based on peer review by experts, patient experience, and we also do our own research upon them. Secondly, we use our own technology to store health records. We create customized case summaries, and then the patients can send them to any expert in the world to get second opinions. Thirdly, we help mobilize patients and doctors anywhere in the world for treatment, and we provide healthcare logistics services from air ambulance to inaccessible medicines to home care. The best feature about our company is that we do not take any money, no money from doctors or hospitals for patient referrals, treatments or consultations. Therefore, we are unbiased and independent in our recommendations. Our revenue model is based upon the customers who choose our packages, and therefore it has helped us to sustain and grow. We do healthcare awareness camps so that people can be educated and the public health system can become better. I am looking for support in revenue model development and technology, and I welcome all of you to come to my website healing.com. Thank you, Bharat Chamber of Commerce.
Next to know is Kashfa Haki. Next to know is Anisha Mohta. Next to know is Dr. Shilpi Malhotra.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Shilpi Malhotra, my journey. Well, coming from a small green valley town of Dehradun to a concrete jungle of Kolkata, it was not easy for me to adjust 21 years ago. Started as an apprentice in a dental setup to running my own dental practice with latest equipments and quality treatment 20 years now. Having donned many hats, being a mother to 2 kids, wife and daughter-in-law to my family, core committee member to my dental association, lecturing and conducting dental camps to spread dental awareness to NGOs, schools, that is at the root level, clubs and various forums, and of course, undertaking dental education programs to keep me in sync with the ever-evolving field of dentistry. I do smile and look forward to each day to see, to learn, and to give it my best now to my city of joy, offering personalized care without waiting in the receptionist area, spreading smiles in a pain-free, long-lasting manner. Proud to be the dentist of late Rusi Modi. Thank you all for a lovely afternoon.
Next to know is Anuradha Kapoor.
Anuradha Kapoor, I'm an author and a blogger. From childhood, I had nurtured the dream of writing a book one day. And after writing hundreds of blogs and around 28 short stories, I recently compiled 22 of those into a book called Stories from the Heart. I often believe that women don't get a chance or opportunities to express themselves. And that's what I lack to in my life. So I have recently decided to go on a mission to empower more women to share their ideas, thoughts, experiences in the forms of blogs, stories, novels, and I plan to open a writers club very soon where I would be nurturing and guiding all kinds of budding writers to come and explore their passion of writing a book one day.
The next to know is Vaijanti Pugalia.
Hello there. This is Vaijanti Pugalia, founder Sonali's Cubo. I engage in creating socio-environmental disrupt through my thought leadership, and I'm also a life skill architect. I think we're all looking out for cohorts which would help us in the metrics analytics of strategizing our business growth, our reach to our customer bases.
Next to know is Mrinmoy Sarkar.
Namaskar, respected juries, good afternoon. I am Mrinmoy Sarkar, social entrepreneur. I manufacture jute lifestyle products, handicraft products by training and continuously last 2.5 years to the village women and underprivileged and the lifetime convicts in the correctional home and their families through skill development program. This is my passion and gives me extreme happiness by seeing sparkling eyes of these convicts and the village women. It's just like giving birth to a child who will flourish one day. After manufacturing products of jute, I sell them, market them through exhibitions and various business houses. To support my social cause, I sell different weaves clothes from the weavers. I also work to support unprivileged folk artists of Bengal, a special day boarding school named Deshari at Krishna for those artists who actually earn by being brick makers. Mrinmoy Sarkar manufacturing jute products, proprietor Mrinmoy's empowering empowerment. Thank you.
Next to know is Nayantra Pal Chaudhary. Next to know is Vrinda Sarkar. Next to know is Pradeep Chopra. winner is Aloka Mitra. Our next winner is Sitaram Sharma. Our next winner is Raju Raman. Our next winner is Professor Ujjwal K. Chaudhary. We would also like to thank our partners, Bharat Chamber of Commerce, Bharat Chamber Ladies Forum, and Sustainable Advancement Private Limited. Moving on, our next winner is Mohammad Sirajuddin. Our next winner is Vikas Sharma. Our next winner is Subhas Sharma. Our next winner is Gaurav Gupta. Our next winner is Santa Thotum. Our next winner is Anil Khandelwal. Our next winner is Sachidananda Swami. Our next winner is Sumit Bhandari. Our next winner is Saurabh Jain. Our next winner is Pramod Sinha. Our next winner is Abhinav Tandon. Our next winner is Divakar Goyal. Our next winner is Rajesh Goyal. Our next winner is Aarti Narang. Our next winner is Priti Chaturvedi. Our next winner is Ankush Sabarwal. Our next winner is Christy Semwal. Our next winner is Jaya Goyal. Our next winner is Vicky Khosla. Our next winner is Payal Agrawal. Our next winner is Anuj Somani. Our next winner is Dr. Ashok Haldia. Our next winner is Ram Avtar Singh. Our next winner is Akshay Chugani. Our next winner is Ankush Nijhavan. Our next winner is Anil Khaitan. Our next winner is DP Sen. Our next winner is Millie Aishwarya. Our next winner is Dr. Hemang Shah. Our next winner is MT Majuka. Our next winner is Sakshi. Our next winner is Manoj Anchan. Our next winner is Aditya Pachpande. Next to know is Andrew. Next to know is Prashant Kashyap. Next to know is Tejal. Next to know is Sagar. Next to know is Dhruv. Next to know is Nivedita Sharda. Next to know is Aegis. Next to know is Shweta Agrawal. Next to know is Prashant Kashyap. Next to know is Forum Patel. Next to know is Shweta Agrawal. Next to know is Dr. Himang Shah. Next to know is M.T. Majuka. Next to know is Pramila Jain. Next to know is Sonal Jindal. Next to know is Sahil Verma. Next to know is Charufilla Narula. Next to know is Smriti Sareen Hari. Next to know is Harini Madira. Next to know is Vartika Dwivedi. Next to know is Rinku Shroff. Next to know is Nikita Khattar Aryan. Next to know is Lata Suresh. Next to know is Anu Chadda. Next to know is Dolly Jain. Next to know is Manju Rathi. Next to know is Shamali Rathod. Next to know is Sharmila Goyal. Next to know is Mamta Soni. Next to know is Vani Sharma. Next to know is Poonam Guneja. Next to know is Monica Bist. Our next to know is Ritu Bhagat. Our next to know is Tejal Mehta. Next to know is Gauri. Next to know is Gucci. winner is Kusam. The next winner is Neha. The next winner is Nisha. The next winner is Saloni. The next winner is Shama. The next winner is Tara. The next winner is Tina. The next winner is Ansi Chaudhary. The next winner is Sakshi Nagpal. The next winner is Anshi. The next winner is Divakar Goyal. The last winner for this set is Komal Kumar. Now I would like to welcome Sri Meenakshi Sharma in conversation with Sneha Rotri.
So over the past few decades, women have been working steadily their talent, dedication and enthusiasm, forming the bedrock of economic growth in India. So in this present scenario, what is the Indian woman in comparison to the rest of the world?
Thank you very much,
Hello.
Sneha, for invite. Can you hear me?
My voice is audible to you?
Yes, Sneha, it's very much audible. So,
Yes. What is the scenario of Indian women in comparison to the women in rest of the world?
So, Sneha, your question is very specific, but before I answer your question, I would like to say one thing. The initiative which you have taken now, the Womennovator, is amazing initiative because it gives a chance to bring the issues up and discuss it. Coming to your question about how does India's women fare as part of the growth story compared to other nations, I would like to say that Indian women have come a long way. There is no sector where women are not performing as well as in so many places. After saying so, I would like to say there are some challenges which Indian women face, and it's the duty of the society and the government and the organizations to take away those barriers and work towards it. Now, there is not a single answer to your question whether we are doing better or we are doing worse. When we look at the gender gap analysis and the empowerment, our index is not very great. Index is pretty low. We are somewhere, 113 or something out of 135 countries. But I will not like to go on that because the success rate, the women in position and the initiative is something, so I would say with a lot of pride that Indian women are doing pretty well.
Okay, you justified my question's answer. Since women constitute about 50% of our total population, therefore, what is the role of women in Indian economy development?
Again, statistically, it is, I can give you a figure, which I think all of you are aware, that GDP only counts 17%, the contribution of the women, right? But that's again a misnomer. It's a statistically misnomer thing. 2-3 reasons. One reason is a lot of work which is done by the women does not get recognized. Another issue is there are a lot of structural issues which make women to leave the workforce. There has been a very challenging period for India when we see lot of educated women, they leave workforce when it is the time of child caring, child rearing, and that's a huge challenge because that means a productive workforce is not able to perform from the economic development. Why does this happen? Because the systems are not good enough to take care of the so-called family responsibilities, which is still considered the women's main role. I think that is now the time has come. We need to bring these issues to the front and solve it.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. So, Indian economy is primarily based on rural economy in our country. So, what are the challenges of rural economy, and what is the government strategy to face those challenges?
So, I was looking at some figures very recently, and I realized out of the women's contribution in the nation GDP, almost 60% comes from the agriculture. But that is not equal to the, when we talk of the GDP's calculation. What does it mean for us? It means that the women labor, when they are doing in the rural economy, whether it's directly on agriculture or the allied activity, is not giving them sufficient resources. So the issue is here is that one is parity, because of there was an issue even few years back, even in the MNREGC, the Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Guarantee, there used to be a difference in the payment being made to the men and women. With a lot of difficulty, all the state governments have been brought at par. Another issue is that lot of unpaid labor is being done by the women, and which is not really adding to the value given. Again, the government strategy has been twofold. One is the financial inclusion. There is a lot of efforts which have been done by the self-help groups, so that women, when they work together, they can keep their savings to them. Another has been that now the direct benefit transfer has come in, which kind of say that there is a right, it is not a family income anymore. It can be an individual income. And that is very important because in large number of time, that becomes a major issue. Another side initiative which has been done, like a property, it has been like encouraged that the women also have property in their name. For many years, I think few years back, there were barely 3% of the total property was in the women. Now, because the property rates have been revised in favor of women, there is a huge jump there. It gives financial security. It also gives confidence, which is very, very crucial for such situations.
Okay. So, in fact, I would like to say, how do women's labor force and labor force, particularly women education and India, affects the country development?
So, see, we are talking of 50% of the population.
Yes.
50% of the population is a huge number we are talking about. Yes. So even if there is a small gap, it has a huge impact. And impact is not only monetary. The impact is psychological. Impact is on which direction the country moves. So I think it has been recognized. Whether you look at the education or the health, there has been emphasis on looking at the women issues more closely. Now, earlier it was more like a common issue. So I think it is extremely important that women should have a positive and affirmative discrimination, because the women's sector has suffered so much that it is not about equality anymore. It has to be an affirmative discrimination. Then only there is hope for the country.
Yes. So, are there any identified sectors or pockets where there are opportunities for women and where women can deliver their best? Is there any particular sectors or pockets?
See, if you look at education or you look at the health, women have been the bedrock. In education, if you look at the number of teachers, the initial period, the number of teachers is such a high, right? Another issue is health. At a lower level, ASHA, look at the COVID. I think the ASHA was the real, ASHA worker was the real COVID warrior. Whether we are doing the vaccination, it's the women. Not that the men are not doing, men are also doing. But I'm just trying to say that women are also doing almost as much. These are two sectors where they have and these are the primary sectors. These are the sector which, and these are the paid sectors. I don't want women to only move to the unpaid sector. They must be paid. Their presence should be more and more on the better paid jobs, well paid jobs, because why should they be at the bottom of the pyramid? So I think these two sectors, of course. I was in tourism for 5 years. I saw the tourism, the women are doing extremely good work. They are actually much better provider, guide, the care, and they are environmentally more conscious, which is again the climate change, environment. Women have a more sensitivity towards it. So I think these are the sectors where we should be really focusing.
And what government of India doing in make women contribution to our economy? What are the policies and schemes are available for women in the rural area as well as urban area?
There are a lot of schemes which are gender specific also. Like I always, when I was much younger, I used to see why the self-help groups are only meant for women. Men may also need self-help. But it was again, as I just mentioned about positive or affirmative action, that women were expected to try to save, keep some money for themselves. That is one. There are the schemes under education which are women oriented. So now the financial inclusion, there are the initiative which is done. There is a gender-based accounting is done, which means that each ministry and the department is encouraged to create schemes within their own schemes which are favorable. So I think schemes are a lot, but the challenge is that can we the social ethos, like they need to change much. They're better than earlier, but then there are barriers. There are still barriers. कि भाई लड़की को तो teacher बना देना है, engineer is the son. All those mental things. And we have less girls in IIT. We think that STEM, the science and technological subjects, are only meant for men, with boys. So these are the things which we need to stop, thinking.
I'm coming into this point, ma'am. Role of women through auditing, though you are into this auditing field. So role of women or through the auditing in India's economic growth.
So, see, what do we mean by auditing? Auditing means that we are taking the validation that what is being done is right. I find that whenever we do the beneficiary audit or we do the social audit, women are very reliable source, because it is something which affects them directly. You go and ask them whether the teacher has come. The father may or may not know. The mother knows. The mother is very much know whether the midday meal scheme, the food was good or food was bad. Father either won't know or the children will not tell the father. So I think at somewhere the women are the conscious keepers, because what happens to their children affects them so much. So I think we really rely on their opinion. And when you talk about from the management angle, I see a lot of women doing at a higher education level, whether they are auditor, they are CA, they are MBA, we are doing pretty well. And somewhere we are doing better than the other sex.
Yes. So, yes, I am coming to this point. I'd like to know from you, what is the general brief that auditing is the male dominated? Do you agree? If so, then what is the reason and how you look at it? This sector is the male dominated sector.
You are right. It is still male dominated, but not because of lack of women not available, not because of that women are not good at auditing. It's not like that. Auditing requires a lot of traveling. more or less, because it's a more a consultancy. You have to go. When you are a government auditor also like me, there is a lot of travel involved. And here comes the stereotype. Here comes that can women travel, especially in that young age when the responsibility are too much. But I think the things are changing for better. The COVID unfortunately has been very costly for us, but there are some new lessons we learned. We learned how to do the remote work. A remote work which was not acceptable at all. Now, for example, we are having this panel discussion. Normally 2 years back, we would be doing it in a hall, talking to each other. Now we are doing it remotely. The same thing is happening. We are doing in the CAG of India, we are doing the audit of multilateral agencies like WHO, FAO, sitting in India. So I do not see why the women should not be participating more. Otherwise, there is no challenge of knowledge or women not being available. I don't think that's a challenge.
Okay. So, ma'am, lastly, I would like to ask you a question. What is your message to the women entrepreneur in our country, and especially who want to come in this sector, which are the male-dominated sectors? What is your message to that woman and the rural women as well as urban women?
So I have something very much to share. I have been working in the area of youth affairs and sports, in tourism, and I have met amazing women. I have met women who have broken all kind of barriers. Whether you talk of Santosh Yadav, who has been on the Mount Everest thrice, you talk of Rachel Thomas, who even when she was a grandmother, she skydived from 10,000 feet. I mean, I can give you hundreds of examples, and I always say, these are the women who are, are the role models. There is a one group which was crossing Jay Bharti and all, who are teaching women to ride motorbikes. That kind of confidence, they see men, boys taking a motorbike and rushing off. But the kind of confidence which come, and she's now again starting something. And these are the people, when they say Jay Bharti, going on a motorcycle for 7,000 kilometers, it's a big message. We supported that initiative from tourism. Now, today only she sent me a message that they are going to cross Delhi. There are young girls who are being taught because they can go and deliver. So there is so much possibilities are there. So I think have confidence. There is nothing which women can't do. Women can do everything, and there are enough women to help them out. So I think my message is that women must support women. When women support women, there are a lot of men who will support this initiative. Ultimately, we are a society where there is a coexistence. We are together. I was just mentioning about a program called merabills.com. Again, one of the women entrepreneurs started for small women who can pick up, who do not know how to use tele. But then they need to, keep the expenditure and this thing. So there are hundreds of initiatives like that. So I think the job you are doing as a leader from the Womennovator and I speak to Tripti, I think it's an amazing initiative because you are bringing that hope, you are bringing the system that the women can work and can succeed. So that is my message. Let's work together. There is so much we can do.
Yes, this is the main purpose of our event, that women should come together, they should support and grow together and shine together. So ma'am, thank you so much for giving us your valuable time. I hope this information will change so many young entrepreneurs, and this message will create a great impact on our young entrepreneur and women entrepreneur. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sinha, for inviting me. I really enjoyed my conversation with you. Thank you.
I think you justified all my questions. Your answer is so good. Thank you, ma'am.
Now, let's move forward to the next set of awardees of 1000 Women of Asia Award. So, our first winner is Helen Lobo. Our next winner is Adidiong Idang. next winner is Anusha Gokula Fernando. Our next winner is Daya Patki.
Hi, I'm Daya Patki, founder of Bamboo Tantra. A bamboo clump becomes commercially viable after 6 years from the day of its germination. Similarly, Bamboo Tantra has experience of bamboo cultivation and research as we promote sustainable lifestyle and agro product along with bamboo, a super crop for afforestation. I have propagated and cultivated 24 plus varieties of bamboo at Mandgaon in 14 acres of plantation. Our lifestyle products include bamboo jewelry, home decors, bamboo straw, bamboo shoes, bamboo rice, for which we have ties up with resorts and cafes. I was recommended by Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship as a woman entrepreneur. I am on Maharashtra State Governing Council Board of Bamboo Society of India. Bamboo Tantra is all set to expand overseas and export bamboo saplings for plantation in abroad. We are promoting awareness for the super crop and its utility for zero wastage. And we ensure we re-energize our planet both by afforestation as well as responsible consumerism.
Our next winner is Manju Saraswat.
मंजू सारस्वत जोधपुर से। महिला उद्यमी बनने का मेरा कोई पहले विचार नहीं था क्योंकि घरेलू महिला ही थी, लेकिन घर में इतनी परेशानियां आई कि मेरे को लगा कि मेरे को कुछ करना पड़ेगा। 1988 में मैंने अपना व्यापार शुरू करने की सोची, तो मैंने सबसे पहले EDP ट्रेनिंग की जो कि गवर्नमेंट के द्वारा करवाई गई थी। उसके बाद मैंने RFC, रिको, बैंक सबके चक्कर काट के और बहुत मेहनत करके अपना एक साम्राज्य स्थापित किया, जिसमें कि मैंने बहुत मेहनत की और आज मैं अपनी मेहनत से पूर्ण तरह से संतुष्ट हूँ। हैंडीक्राफ्ट में मैंने महिलाओं को भी अपने साथ काम पे लगाया था और वो अपने पति के बरोबर काम करती थी और बहुत ही मेहनत करती थी महिलाएं। सभी महिलाओं से मेरा अनुरोध है कि वे भी हिम्मत नहीं हारे और सच्चाई ईमानदारी से काम करें, तो वो एक दिन सफल होगी।
Our next winner is Madhu Raj.
हाय, मैं द्वारका न्यू दिल्ली से मधुराज। मैं एक स्टार्टअप कंपनी चलाती हूँ जिसका नाम है रिसाइकल बैग्स एंड कूल फोरम, जिसके तहत हम गारमेंट इंडस्ट्री के फैब्रिक वेस्ट को यूटिलाइज करने के लिए तरह तरह के आइटम्स बनवाते हैं, जैसे बैग्स, होम लिनन, होम ऑर्गेनाइजर एंड मच मोर। हमारे वर्कशॉप में ज्यादातर महिलाएं काम करती हैं। सो आप इसे वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट और इन्वायरमेंट के लिए मुहिम भी कह सकते हैं। और इस क्षेत्र में मेरी क्वालिफिकेशन है गारमेंट एक्सपोर्ट मर्चेंडाइजिंग मैनेजमेंट फ्रॉम NIFT न्यू दिल्ली। दरअसल मैं इस स्टार्टअप के पीछे मेरी एक अपनी सोच थी कि क्यों ना हम गारमेंट इंडस्ट्री के इतने लंबे चौड़े वेस्ट को कुछ कम करने का प्रयास करें। इसके साथ ही साथ लोकल लोग भी मेरे पास आते हैं और अपने घर के वेस्ट को रिसाइकल करवा कर तरह तरह की चीजें भी बनवाते हैं।
Our next winner is Kriya Doshi.
It says that there are 50 million babies born every year, but only 1 million jobs created. According to United Nations, students of India will not be able to take up jobs for the coming 10-15 years because they will lack essential 21st century skills. Hi, I'm Kriya, founder and CEO of Think Young, which is an entrepreneurship and leadership academy for students aged 8 and beyond. We train school students on entrepreneurship through our practical-based, activity-oriented programs wherein they develop their own startup while they are in school. They start from ideation to pitching their idea in front of judges and panel of investors. We have trained around 2,500 plus students in the past 2 years, and we have nurtured 120 plus student startups through us. We have also worked with Mahindra & Mahindra, wherein we have trained school students, 110 school students virtually for problem statements given by Mahindra & Mahindra, and they have developed their own solutions for the same. We believe we can create an impact through our programs and courses and nurture a generation of entrepreneurs for our country. With your support, we are definitely sure we can do it. Thank you so much.
Our next winner is Devashri Padi.
This is the pellet developed from paddy straw, and using this we are going to cook This is used as a fuel, and this is my smokeless stove. You can see it. As you have seen in Punjab and Haryana, they are burning straw, which is causing heavy pollution. So I converted this straw into pellet using pellet machine.
Our next winner is Dr. Aradhana.
Hello, my name is Dr. Aradhana. I am a naturopath, doctor of naturopathy and specialized in herbal medicines. प्राकृतिक चिकित्सा से मैं कुछ सालों से जुड़ी हुई हूँ. Being a single parent, mother of beautiful 2 daughters, मैंने अपनी ज़िंदगी को मेडिकल प्रोफेशन को थोड़ा लेट मैं अपना पूरा करके पढ़ाई को शुरू कर पाई और मैंने अपने नेचुरोपैथी के इस प्रोफेशन को काफ़ी अच्छे से चला रही हूँ. मेरा क्लिनिक है द्वारका में और मैं हर्बल मेडिसिन जो कि नेचुरल जड़ी बूटियों से मेडिसिन बनाई जाती हैं मैं खुद ही बनाती हूँ और भारत के हर कोने में हम कोरियर सर्विस द्वारा भी पहुँचाते हैं. 2016 में मुझे कल्पतरु सोसाइटी की वजह से उनने मुझे रिकॉग्नाइज किया और उन्होंने मुझे बेस्ट नेचुरोपैथ का अवार्ड दिया एंड आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू देम. मैं चाहती हूँ, मेरा उद्देश्य है कि नेचुरोपैथी जो कि हमारे भारत देश का बेस है लेकिन जिसकी अवेयरनेस अभी भी लोगों में उतनी नहीं है, हम उसे और आगे बढ़ाएं ताकि लोग समझ सकें कि कुछ जड़ी बूटियों से और अच्छी मेडिसिन प्राकृतिक चिकित्सा से भी आप काफी हद तक अपने आप को हेल्दी रख सकते हैं और ताकि आपको बड़ी बीमारियां आगे लाइफ में परेशान ही ना करें कि आपको आगे तकलीफ हो. तो ये इस चीज को सोचते हुए मैंने अब चाहती हूँ कि मेरा भविष्य में आगे एक और भी बड़ा नेचुरोपैथी सेंटर हो, हर तरह के उपकरण हो जिससे मैं लोगों की हर प्रकार से, हर तरह से और हर कैटेगरी के लोगों को कुछ को फ्री में भी पुअर लोगों की मैं मदद कर सकूँ. आई एम 50 नाउ और अब अपनी एज को ध्यान में रखते हुए मैं ये कहूँगी कि मैंने जो लेट शुरू किया, हर इंसान कोशिश करके किसी भी एज में अपने पैशन को पूरा कर सकता है. थैंक यू सो मच.
Our next winner is Kuhu Gupta.
Namaste, I'm Kuhu Gupta, founder and spiritual healer and coach at the K Junction. I'm a 3 times published author, I'm a singer and an IITian who used to be in the corporate job for 8+ years, and after that I quit that and followed my internal calling to help out people and myself, of course, to evolve spiritually and to heal and transform myself and other people in the world. I practice multiple healing modalities. I practice Reiki, crystal healing, past life regression, Lama Fera healing, and many more therapies. My aim is to help people evolve themselves spiritually and heal their physical, mental, and emotional issues. I take healing workshops. I teach people how to heal themselves, how to heal others. I also take one-on-one consultations. I also help people, discover which crystals would be good for them to heal a specific issue that they are facing. I'm also into consultation, counseling, and distance healings.
Our next winner is Dr. Sumathi Chandrasekharan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Sumathi Chandrasekharan. I'm a practicing psychologist from Chennai for the past 17 years. So, apart from my professional, I have initiated my NGO, which is called Yuvati, an NGO where we focus on the emotional, social well-being of the women and children. So, the only, the objective, the main objective is it is more important for a woman not only essentially to be happy for herself, it's also to feel that she's deserving to be feeling worthy and also feel good enough about herself. So creating a happy family is through only by creating happy women, first of all. This is what I strongly believe. So with this vision, we have also initiated a new concept in 2018 called Mind Cafe, a center where people can just walk in, whoever has emotional problems, any kind of stress-related problems, and come and talk to a professional over a cup of coffee without any appointments. So we have such 4 centers in Chennai. So in fact, my vision is here to pan India. I want to just spread Mind Cafe throughout so that we can see a more happier India. Thank you so much.
Our next winner is Jyoti R. Singh.
Hello everyone, my name is Jyoti R. Singh. I am an architect and interior designer from Delhi. I'm born and brought up Delhi. I live here with my family. Currently, I'm running my own company by name of JJ Interior. In this company, I work as principal architect. We do turnkey and consultancy project in this firm. We do construction, architecture and interior project and product designing also in this firm. And I am teaching in Integral University, Lucknow as guest faculty, where I share my personal and professional experiences with them, and I'm enjoying teaching over there. I have received many awards in architecture, interior designing and product designing. Recently, I got one award as Best Female Young Architect. Thank you so much.
Our next winner is Kavita Kadam.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम है कविता कदम, नासिक महाराष्ट्र। मेरा एजुकेशनल बैकग्राउंड है MBA इन मार्केटिंग। मैं कुकिंग क्लासेस लेती हूँ नासिक में। पिछले 10 सालों से मैं कुकिंग क्लासेस लेती हूँ। मेरे कुकिंग क्लासेस में सब बैचलर, गृहिणी, जो सर्विस वुमन है, मैं सबको ट्रेनिंग देती हूँ। और हमारा ट्रेडिशनल जो फूड है और इंटरनेशनल फूड है, रेस्टोरेंट स्टाइल डिशेस है हमारे, वो सब मैं उनको सिखाती हूँ। और मैं महिलाओं को आत्मनिर्भर बनना सिखाती हूँ, जैसे कि वो खुद का अपना बिजनेस स्टार्ट कर चुकी है। और मैं वुमेनोवेटर टीम और प्रीति मैम को दिल से आभारी हूँ उनकी। एक्चुअली उन्होंने मेरे कॉन्फिडेंस को बढ़ावा दिया है। और वुमेनोवेटर एक्चुअली इतना बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है कि सबको महिलाओं को बढ़ावा मिलता है, उनका कॉन्फिडेंस भी बढ़ता है। मैंने कई टीवी शोज भी मैंने पार्टिसिपेट किए हैं, लाइक जी मराठी, कलर्स मराठी, साम टीवी। और एक्चुअली हमेशा मुझे प्रेरणा मिली है उससे। आगे भी मैं कुछ करना चाहती हूँ। और जैसे कि मैंने जो अवार्ड के लिए नॉमिनेट मेरा नाम हुआ है, अगर मुझे अवार्ड मिलता है तो मुझे और आगे कुछ बड़ा करने की प्रेरणा मिलेगी। इसके लिए सबको तहे दिल से धन्यवाद।
Our next winner is Gurinder Bullar.
बुल्लर है और जो मेरा मेन मोटिव है वो फुलकारी के काम को रिवाइव करना, जो आज से 50 साल पहले होता था। ये जो काम है मैंने अपनी मदर से सीखा। सबसे पहले मैंने जो काम किया था वो 15 इयर्स की एज में मैंने एक दुपट्टा बनाया था, और ये वाला दुपट्टा भी मैंने खुद बनाया हुआ है। एंड स्टेट लेवल के लिए अप्लाई कर चुकी हूँ, उसका रिजल्ट अवेटेड है। और नेशनल अवार्ड के लिए मैंने इसी साल अप्लाई करना है, उसके सारे प्रोडक्ट्स मेरे पास रेडी हैं। मेरी एक टीम है पटियाला के गांव में जो फुलकारी का काम करते हैं, और हम लोग फिर जो प्रोडक्ट्स वो तैयार करते हैं हम लोग एग्जीबिशन लगाते हैं। मैं चाहती हूँ कि मुझे ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म मिले जिस पे मैं ग्रो कर सकूँ। और जो मेरी टीम है, जो गांव की लेडीज़ हैं जो अपने घरों में काम करती हैं, वो नहीं आ सकती हैं, तो कम से कम वो भी हमारे साथ ग्रो करें।
Our next winner is Gurvinder Kaur.
Hi, my name is Gurvinder Kaur. I'm from Amritsar. I'm a stage 4 colon cancer survivor, metastasis to liver and to breast. It means it is quite bad. Although I'm fighting for it, going through chemotherapies, and definitely I'm going to come out of it. Along with that, I'm a celebrity chef, international social activist who's been raising awareness about various taboo topics including menstrual hygiene, mental health, depression, anxiety, which most of the people don't want to talk about, honor-based violence, and recently started with cancer awareness since I'm battling with it. Along with that, I'm a social entrepreneur running a brand called Nikki Officials, where we support women tailors who've been going through a real tough time through COVID, and empowering them by giving them work so that they can work with dignity. Nikki Official is a 100% eco-friendly brand where we deliver our products in a reusable bag with a thank you note, which is a seedable plant-based card.
Our next winner is CA Manpreet Kaur.
I'm fortunate to be an Aquarius because Aquarians are known as Hematoidal zodiac sign. Aquarians embody many professional strengths like critical thinking, social consciousness, and assertiveness. These qualities can cloud the equatorians' better judgment and stunt their professional growth. I am a cheerful Punjabi girl born and brought up in Punjab. With this, I introduce myself. Hello everyone, I am Manpreet Kaur, a reputed chartered accountant by profession but a multitasker by desire. I am an entrepreneur and running my franchising firm from the last 8 years, majoring in income tax and goods and service tax. Breaking a perceptual chain of male dominance in society, I opted this profession because I found this profession can help me widen my wings and show my strength to everyone in managing and handling the finance matters. As a multitasker, I am also a research programmer appointed by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India to help and guide the students in their career opportunities. Also, I am a yoga and fitness practitioner and guide people in active lifestyle. My hobby is to gain knowledge as per the demand of my profession. Along with that, my aim of life is to height the profession in the society and to serve the society in a better position. Thank you so much.
Our next winner is Poonam Duneja.
Hello everyone, this is Poonam Duneja. Thank you so much for nominating me for Womennovator Women Faces Awards. And I would like to tell you about my USP that we come across so many clients who are already suffering from anxiety and chronic fatigue syndrome and fibromyalgia or any skin issues like dermatitis or rosacea and so many other skin disorders. Then we make sure that we focus on their gut health primarily, and we create a holistic health program that creates complete healing of their gut, and we make sure that our team connects to them on a daily basis to record their meal intakes, and after checking their blood test parameters, we treat their root cause completely so that they don't suffer any kind of ailments in the future, and that is how we get new referrals as well. Thank you so much.
Our next winner is Priyanka Bhuna.
Hi, I am Priyanka Bhuya. I am a corporate communication professional, an avid equestrian and a best-selling author. I have written the series Chronicles of Kuru Woman. My first book, Krishna's sister in the series, was bestseller on Amazon within the first week. And now my recent book, Duryodhan's Queen, is also live on Amazon. I basically write on characters of mythology, female-centric, which were not given a platform or not had their voices heard, because I feel that as an author, I can maybe delve into them and inspire some of the qualities which are still relevant today and help each one of us to battle our life's journeys, and they can still be applicable and come handy when we are facing our daily life from day-to-day basis. Because women, whether it's from days of past or days of today, have got a lot of inherent strength, and I believe every woman is a warrior in itself. Thank you.
Our next winner is Gitanjali Sharma Shinghal. Our next winner is Yojana Varkhede.
जैसे हद तक ये सपना लिए सिर्फ भारत ही नहीं बल्कि पूरी दुनिया को हेल्दी बनाने का मिशन लिए हम श्रेयस फूड्स पिछले 6 साल से हेल्दी फूड्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में काम कर रहे हैं। नमस्कार, मैं योजना वरखेड़े रिप्रेजेंट करती हूँ फिट एंड फन ब्रांड को। वी आर मैन्युफैक्चरर्स ऑफ रागी प्रोडक्ट सच एज रागी रवा, दलिया, multigrain pulao, soup, and all types of healthy noodles. Ragi is very high nutritional values like iron and calcium. For this, we purchase ragi from farmers of rural area, process on it, and provide to the urban areas of all over Maharashtra. For going to next level, we want support from Womennovator for marketing, export, and also for the participation of national and international exhibitions. Thank you.
Our next winner is Mona Kochar. Our next winner is Dorothy Wolf Brown. Our next winner is Madhuri Bhanuhari Patil.
This is Madhuri from Team Relaxing, fitness expert and lifestyle coach from historical city Aurangabad. My journey in fitness starts long back in 2000, where my first fitness guru was Mr. Sanjay Patil, founder of Team Relaxing, who is also my life partner. He was the person who introduced me to fitness and motivated me to take up as a career.
Our next winner is Rochana Khanna.
Hello and Namaste. Myself Rochana Khanna. I'm a yoga wellness coach certified by Ministry of Ayush, Zin, a marathoner and a Pinkathon ambassador. My mission is to improve and inspire others, especially women, to improve their wellness and commit to long-term fitness goals. My vision is to establish myself in the fitness field and pursue a challenging professional career where my skills and ability would enhance the progress of students, individuals and organizations through my continuous self-growth. I am the first woman to take up Zumba sessions in Nawari saris to motivate women that nothing should come into your way, nothing should stop you from getting fit. I am looking forward for collaborations with events which help in women empowerment and more through Womennovator in association with Hastakshar, the self-made divas. Thank you so much.
Our next winner is Babita Zaveri.
I myself, Babita Zaveri, I am from Surat. I have master degree of MA, BJC, computer software, and I am black belt in karate. I am doing my personal spoken English classes. I am doing hard work with the needy people. I connect with so many NGO. I always help the needy people. I just work in with some policeman. I can sing in 9 voice, male or female voice. I am multi-dance trainer in folk, and I am a script writer, dance director, drama director. In so many fields in art. I can teach in so many sports, indoor and outdoor. I am teacher in a very big school. First, I want to sing one song, one line, male and female voice. मेरे नैना सावन भरो फिर भी मेरा मन प्यासा फिर भी मेरा मन प्यासा.
Our next winner is Shamali Rathod. Our next winner is Nidhi. Our next winner is Ruchi Yadav. Our next winner is Uzma Fatima. Our next winner is Tara Ansari. Our next winner is Kusum Kumari. Our next winner is Julie. Our next winner is Saloni Singh Rathod. Our next winner is N. Eza Khan. Our next winner is Sapna. Our next winner is Nasir Abdullah. Our next winner is Rajni Ohri. We would also like to thank our partners Fashionata, Multani Jewelers, AAS, Study by Janak, Aligarh Muslim University, Krishna International School, Mother's Touch Senior Secondary School, Dr. Zakir Hussain Foundation Aligarh, InQ, WEC IM SME of India, and ITS. Moving on, our next winner is Madhavi Advani. We would also like to thank our partners Smile Studio, Wonder Women Connect, Magneto Clean Tech, and She Connects Women of Substance. Moving on, our next winner is Neelima Rana Sharma. Mr. Nixon Joseph. Our next winner is Pavan Soni. Our next winner is Shalini Arora Kochar. Our next winner is Beena Ramani. Our next winner is Manoj K. Juyal. Our next winner is Shelly Khera Thadani. Our next winner is Vandana Vadera. We would also like to thank our partners Develop India Foundation and Divity Heals. Moving on, our next winner is Roman Smita. Our next winner is Farhana Reza. Our next winner is Nahida Akhtar. Our next winner is Farah Mahmood Trina. Our next winner is Asanul John. Our next winner is Nafiza Anjum.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। আমি নাফিসা আঞ্জুম, মতিঝিল সরকারি বালিকা উচ্চ বিদ্যালয়ের 10ম শ্রেণীর পরীক্ষার্থী। ফার্স্ট অফ অল আমি আমার পরিচয়টা একটু দিয়ে নিচ্ছি। গ্লোবাল ল থিঙ্কার সোসাইটির একজন ক্যাম্পাস চিফ লিডার, মতিঝিল কমিটির, এর সাথে আমি একজন HR ইন্টার্ন হিসেবে আছি। আজকে আমি এই ভিডিওতে নারীদের কিছু ফিনান্সিয়াল সমস্যা এবং হচ্ছে গিয়ে স্যানিটারি কিছু সমস্যা নিয়ে বলবো। বাংলাদেশের উপকূলীয় অঞ্চলে নারীদের বলতে গেলে বেশ কিছু সমস্যা রয়েছে, বা নারীদের বিভিন্ন ধরনের রোগ হয়ে থাকে, যার কারণে তারা ডক্টর দেখাতে পারছে না আর্থিক সমস্যার কারণে, এবং স্যানিটারি সমস্যার কারণে তারা বিভিন্ন রোগে আক্রান্ত হচ্ছেন, এবং এই চিকিৎসা না করানোর ফলে তারা কিন্তু খুব অল্প বয়সে মারা যাচ্ছেন। আর এই জন্য আমি বলবো যে প্রত্যেকটা পাড়ায় বা মহল্লায় একটি করে স্যানিটারি ব্যবস্থা করা উচিত প্রতিটি বাড়ির পাশে পাশে, এবং নারীদের জন্য একটি ফান্ড ক্রিয়েট করে দেওয়া উচিত, এবং স্বাস্থ্যসেবা কেন্দ্র ক্রিয়েট করে দেওয়া উচিত প্রত্যেকটি মহল্লায় একটি করে, যাতে করে নারীরা বিনামূল্যে চিকিৎসাটা নিতে পারে, এবং একটি কার্ডের ব্যবস্থা করা উচিত যেটি শো করে নারীরা তাদের সমস্যাগুলো তারা দেখাতে পারবে বা চিকিৎসা করাতে পারবে বিনামূল্যে। তো আশা করছি এই সমস্যাগুলোর ক্ষেত্রে যদি এই সমাধানটুকুর দিকে একটু লক্ষ্য করা যায়, আশা করি মৃত্যুর হারটা বাংলাদেশে অনেকটা কমে আসবে। ধন্যবাদ।
Our next winner is Tahia Islam.
Hello everyone, this is Tahia Islam. I'm a pharmacist and pharmacologist by academic qualification, and I'm working in the development sector right now. I have a small platform of my own, Pensive Stories, and it is a mental health digital storytelling platform through which we share stories of people all around us who are going through mental health issues day by day. We also raise awareness on various mental health disorders, because we know for a fact that in Bangladesh we do not really normalize these conversations, and we treat mental health as a very taboo topic, which we want to break through this initiative of ours. And we have currently launched various mental health workshops to actually guide the young people of the country about taking care of their mental health and their friends and families' mental health, and to seek professional help when they need. So I really would like to request everyone, if you're watching the video, to check out www.pensivestories.com to see the work that we do, and check out our Facebook and Instagram page as well. Thank you so much. That's all.
Our next winner is Mona Lisa Mona.
Hello everyone, this is Mona Lisa. I am from Bangladesh. I live in Dhaka city. Recently I completed my graduations. I started a small business. You can call me an woman entrepreneur. Shari is my passions and I love a lot Shari. Shari is the most favorite woman in South Asia. Mainly I started online business in this pandemic situations. I have a page, its name is Bihag. Bihag is a lot of Shari. There is a muslins, jamdani, then cotton, hand painting, jhum and silk. Jamdani is the most favorite and traditional woman shari in Bangladesh. I have been 3 helping hand. We work together because I also believe that together we can do anything. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Best wishes for all of us. Thank you and thank you so much.
Our next winner is Farina A. Iqbal.
Hi, this is Farina. I'm the founder and chief operating officer of Lespresso. Lespresso is a coffee brand from Bangladesh, and my love for coffee grew when I was working at Tim Hortons in Canada while I was pursuing my undergrad. And fortunately, I had the opportunity to explore coffee culture around the globe. So when I came back to Bangladesh, I wanted to create a coffee brand of my own. So initially, the idea was to provide a simple coffee experience to people at affordable prices. But with time, resources, and opportunities, we've been able to turn Lespresso into a first-of-its-kind coffee startup from Bangladesh with our innovative methods of mobile coffee stations. We've introduced Tetra delivery and coffee as a software platform, and we've recently introduced our app as well. So we're very optimistic about the scalability of our brand. At the same time, as a woman entrepreneur, I would like to make a mark in the food and beverage industry. Thank you.
Our next winner is Ehnaf Wadud Meen.
Hello everyone, this is Anna Wadud Meen from MNC Bangladesh. I am a SSC candidate and also head of communication and branding department of GLTS. Last year before pandemic, I started a small business called Memes Collection. It's basically a hobby I started with. I started working with hand-painted wooden jewelries. Basically, I used to go for internet and make it for myself. Later, some of my friends and well-wishers suggest me to start a business. So I start my business. Now I am working with handmade jewelries, hand-painted masks and dresses, various type of wall decor like wall hangings, acrylic, canvas paint, calligraphy, etc. Recently I started working with rickshaw paint sunglasses. Rickshaw paint is a part of our tradition, and nowadays is our young generation taking it as a fashion trend. So I am working with these stuffs. I basically handle my business from my Facebook profile. I will add my profile link with this video, and I would like to thank GLTS and also our President Raman Smita ma'am for giving me this opportunity. I hope I can I can present myself and my business towards you with this platform. Thank you so much everyone.
Our next winner is Fariha Rehman Chemonti.
Hi, this is Faria from Bangladesh. A lot of girls has to take public transportation to go to their desired destination like school, college, or workplace. While going to their destination, they face daily harassment. Since everybody is not financially capable to afford an Uber or a taxi to avoid this situation, a lot of girls just have to deal with this. And this affects their mental health and physical health. But this harassment in public transportation can be reduced if if we spread enough awareness about this and encourage people to take an instant action about this. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Our next winner is Nandula Saraha.
Hi everyone, this is Sarah Nandaula, Director, Heroes Community Ministries, Uganda. We do focus on educating children and empowering women economically. Currently, we are running savings and loans associations for these women. These have enabled them to improve on their lives and other indirect beneficiaries like their families and communities. Same time, apart from the loans they are getting, these women are saving. I'm very happy to be part of these awards because I'm learning more from my organizers and from my fellow winners. This award is going to enable me to empower more my fellow women, and this fund is going to help us to grow into a saving and a credit cooperative. Thank you.
Our next winner is Shruti Dua. Our next winner is Ritu Vij. Our next winner is Sanjana Kalra. Our next winner is Dr. Gargi Rajvanshi. Our next winner is Professor Dr. Shalini Singh Sharma. Our next winner is Parag Diwan. Our next winner is Nidhi Nigam.
Hi everyone, my name is Nidhi Nigam and I'm a clinical nutritionist and a health coach. Excuse me for my voice, I have a bad cold. So my association with Womennovator has been extremely thrilling. It's been a very, very enriching journey. I've had the good fortune to connect with like-minded women and connect with Tripti, who is a person who's available for every help that you may need. Now, my wow moment in Womennovator was double-folded. One, when I was given the Women Faces Award in the month of March. And soon after that, when I could enable like-minded women as an influencer to be appreciated and to be awarded for their work. So I'm absolutely thrilled to be an awardee and to be an influencer. I really look forward to a very long association with Womennovator and do my bit as much as I can. Cheers to Womennovator and cheers to all the women. Thank you.
Our next winner is Salma Memon. Our next winner is Sonal Karya. Our next winner is KD Singh. Our next winner is Dr. Dolly Gupta. Our next winner is Shilpa Banerjee. Our next winner is Surbhi Sinha. Our next winner is Sapna Upadhyay. Our next winner is Mamta Chauhan. Our next winner is Simran Sahani. Our next winner is Mrs. Vandana Singh. Our next winner is Dr. Shraddha Rathi. Our next winner is Dr. Samina Khan. Our next winner is Kajal Dheeraj. Our next winner is Dr. Aisha Farouk. Our next winner is Dr. Nigat Zafri. Our next winner is Dr. Salma Sahil. Our next winner is Harshala Chavan. Our next winner is Dr. Hani Pansal. Our next winner is Deepika Sethia. Our next winner is Anju Goyal. Our next winner is Dr. Sujata Mandal Johnson. Our next winner is Rupi Mohante. Our next winner is Dr. Arpita Srivastav. Our next winner is Neel Kamal Bhasin. Our next winner is Hanureet Kaur. We would also like to thank our partners Karyashala, We Women and Banarsi Das Chandiwala Institute of Hotel Management. Moving on, our next winner is Manmeet Singh.
My association with Womennovator started in the year 2019, and wow, what a journey it has been. I have seen myself grow as a Womennovator from event to event, connecting women from Amroha to Australia, from Delhi to Dubai, from Udaipur to US, and we growing from power to power. Hail Womennovator.
Our next winner is Sarika Matore. Our next winner is Bhagyashri Bhovi.
So our next winner is Usha Jha. Our next winner is Guru Praveen Joshi. Our next winner is Yogini Mehta.
Hi, I'm Yogini Mehta. I'm a practicing lawyer since last 27 years. I'm the secretary to the Federation of Women Lawyers Gujarat Unit. I'm the joint secretary to All India Federation of Women Lawyers. We are also affiliated with International Federation of Women Lawyers. We work for the upliftment and empowerment of women. This is my profession. I am also a life skill trainer and have trained many young students. I am also a faculty at an NGO. This is my social service, faculty for life skills, and also a counselor at the NGO. And I am a blood donor. And yes, I'm a happy person. I love life. Thank you.
Our next winner is Dr. Hani.
Hello, this is Dr. Hani from Ahmedabad, Gujarat. I am an astrologer cum Vastu consultant. From last 15 years, I am in this profession. Apart from this profession, I am handling an NGO named Shivam Charitable Trust. In this NGO, we provide food on daily basis to poor children. And apart from food, we also take care of their health issues, their daily essential things and daily needs also. And we give services outside of Gujarat also. And we also encourage people to do the same. Thank you.
Our next winner is Kinjal Shah.
Hi, this is Kinjal. Carrying more than 15 years experience into training and
started a career with life insurance industry. At present, I'm running my own institute. ये मेरी life है. ये मेरी life है talks about training. ये मेरी life है talks about skill builders. ये मेरी life है. We have launched first batch for senior citizen where we have trained them on how to pay payment through Paytm, how you can make and create a video for your son or a grandson to wish them happy birthday, and the results are amazing. We are training women on spoken English. We have special courses for homemakers, and we have special batches for corporate women for public speaking course and other soft skill programs. We have special batches and special courses for public speaking course. We have for children, and these courses are running successfully across the world. We have batches in India, we have batches from Bahrain and Dubai, and currently and soon we are launching in Australia. So this is about Ye Meri Life at Training Institute and myself, relationship with yourself. Thank you.
Our next winner is Hani Agrawal.
Hi, my name is Hani and I am a founder director of a school, The Something. It's a concept school and it is for the children of all the age groups, and we try to provide all kinds of activities for the children under one roof. I am a psychologist, so I design activities and group boxes, activity boxes for the children, and catering to all their needs, whatever they require, and at this age, from 2 years to 14 years. And apart from that, we are into activity boxes, which we will be launching soon. And if in case anybody is interested in their distributorship, can contact us. Apart from that, I am into diamond designing, and the real diamond jewelry I will design, and also gold. And in that, we have started our own jewelry brand in the name of Chiffon Jewelry, and we have our own manufacturing unit where we design we create design according to the women of today. We are also into elegant designs which everybody can wear and carry to offices or to marriages or to parties. And so that's it, and see you.
Our next winner is Sandhya Raman. Our next winner is Aarti Maheshwari.
Hi everyone, I'm Zin Aarti Maheshwari. I'm Fit India Ambassador and owner of fitness chain The World of Fitness. I'm an international certified Zumba instructor, Aqua Zumba instructor, Kids Zumba instructor, functional trainer, and government certified fitness trainer. I take lots of fitness events, marathons, corporate events, and social events to motivate people to stay fit and stay healthy.
Our next winner is Dr. Bharat Rawat.
Namaskar. My name is Dr. Bharat Rawat. I work as a cardiologist and a lifestyle guide at Medanta Hospital, Indore. I am into fitness. I am a marathoner. I have run up more than 40 half marathons and one full marathon. Apart from that, I am into motivational speaking. I have written more than 1,000 health-related articles, TED Talk, as well as I am writing my 4th book now. Association with WAAH has actually given me a unique opportunity to meet number of talented people. And it is amazing how many different type of people are there around us who are doing their own creative work in a very unique way. I have a deep desire that I should be able to guide these people also to take care of their own health, because women in our society sometimes ignore their health. I wish everybody does good job and stays healthy and happy. Thank you.
And our next winner is Ajay Joshi.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much, Womennovator, for this award. I would like to thank first of all Srimati Rajashri Ben Jain for proposing my name for the jury of Merit Smart City. Good luck to everyone. Thank you once again.
Our next winner is Kritika Vasan. Our next winner is Dr. Nivinjit Tiwari.
I'm Dr. Nivinjit Tiwari, Director of World Brain Center Hospital, New Delhi. Thank you, Womennovator, for giving me 1000 Women of Asia Awards 2021.
Our next winner is Neha Seni. So our next winner is Shri Deependra Pathak, Senior IPS, Special Commissioner Police, Law and Order, Delhi Police. And we also have a special message from him.
महिलाएं हमारे अस्तित्व की शुरुआत हैं, महिलाएं हमारे संस्कार की शुरुआत हैं, महिलाएं हमारे होने की शुरुआत हैं। आपके लव, केयर और प्रोटेक्शन के बदौलत ही हम इस काबिल हो पाते हैं कि हम सोसाइटी को एक अच्छे माहौल में, एक अच्छे तौर तरीके से आगे बढ़ाते हैं। वुमेन इनोवेटर्स टीम, जिन्होंने एशिया की 1000 महिलाओं को पुरस्कृत करने का काम किया है, उसको ढेर सारी बधाई। और उन तमाम 1000 महिलाओं को जिन्होंने विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में अपने क्रिएटिव प्रयासों से समाज, देश और दुनिया को एक बेहतर जगह बनाने में जो कंट्रीब्यूशन दिया है, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई और ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
Now please join me for a warm welcome of Usha Uttam.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from whichever part of the world you're logging in. I am Harini Madira, founder of Sisne for Arts and Entertainment and a proud member of Womennovator. On behalf of Womennovator team, I welcome you all to Womennovator Global Summit 2021. Womennovator is a social impact platform to empower women entrepreneurs, professionals, and social activists and bring them closer to their dream by introducing them to the world of collaborators, customers, and investors. Today, amongst us, we have a true trailblazer and a trendsetter in the field of pop, indie, and Bollywood music. Multiple Filmfare Awards, IFA, Mirchi, and many such national, international, and regional awards in her kitty. She is a name to reckon with. A name actually that doesn't need any introduction. A beautifully clad Kanchivaram sari with a big bindi and an aroma of flowers in her hair. Her powerful voice can surely make you skip your heartbeat and of course tap your feet at the same time. She's my all-time favorite and an icon I absolutely admire. Please virtually put your hands together for none other than Usha Uttam ji. Welcome, Usha ji. It's an absolute honor to have you amidst us today. Thank you for being part of Womennovator's 7th year celebration. Your journey and you inspire many of us.
Hi everybody, Namaskar, Namaskaram, Sat Sri Akal, Salam Alaikum. Absolutely brilliant to be with all of you today, especially a show like this, Womennovator. I love the name actually. It's just so catchy and so exciting. And I hope that that carries on across to all of you. The excitement in my voice with the fact that we are talking about women who really innovate, yeah? And I think you call them entrepreneurs, you call them motivated women, you call them liberated women, whatever you want to call them. As far as I'm concerned, excuse me, as far as I'm concerned, woman is Shakti. And beyond that, there's nothing. Yes, an overdose of Shakti always destroys. So as long as we know how to keep our Shakti within good control, I think it works. And congratulations to all the women who are all the time trying to be more and more innovative and trying to be more and more successful in whatever they're doing. I'd like to say that today is really a fantastic reason for me to tell all of you that yes, 52 years of singing and I'm still around, there's got to be some fantastic hand on my head. And that, I would say, is the hand of the Lord that is over my head. The Ashirvadam and blessings of my fantastic, my audiences, which is you. Thank you so much for being there. And thank you so much for including me in this show today. Really, without my music, it would have been impossible for me to carry on. And I think, thanks to music, really. So I would be talking today mainly about how one has to really look ahead and how one can look ahead. And even if you are not trained in your particular skill or what you finally decided to do, even if you're not trained, let me tell you something. What you can learn in the books and what you get out of that kind of academic education is nothing compared to what you can get out of life. And that's what's happened with me. Never learning a note of music, never knowing a note of formal education as far as music is concerned, to be, thank God, wahin pe tike rehna is so, what shall I say, such an amazing feeling, you know. It's mainly because of all of you who have supported me, all of your Ashirvadam, all of your blessings, all of your support, which I look for all the time. But hey, remember something. When you give unashamedly. Don't hold back anything. Because when you hold back, then there's something that you don't want to give. And as far as I'm concerned, I give all. Give unashamedly, that the other person just cannot, impossible to resist. And I think that's what's happened with me. Thank God for that. And thank God for the fact that, well, as I always say, remember that the song is always bigger than the singer. In fact, whatever you do, it's symbolic that I say song is bigger than the singer. It would mean anything that you create or anything that you, which you give out to either your family or to your friends or to your pada or to the people around you or to the city or to the nation or to the globe, to the universe, will always remain much bigger than you are, because that is what will carry you forward. And I think I'm so blessed to have realized. I think I'm an old soul, actually. When I say old soul, I mean I've lived many more janams, I think, to be able to have deciphered this early enough to realize that this is the true. There is truth. There is no bigger truth than this. One, of course, is change all the time, because without being able to change, you're nothing. You're nowhere. You just cannot be. Well, that's like death. You know, when you don't change at all. So change is inevitable. Whatever you do, remember that. I would also say that one of the other things is being 100% honest. Nani keh rahi hu ki, you know, you don't tell white lies that don't hurt people and things like that. But even that, if you can avoid, just avoid it. Because, you know, the comfort of being able to tell the truth is so amazing. So amazing. You tell the truth and then you can forget about it. You never have to remember it. But jhoot bol ke, my God, you've got to keep on remembering. What did I say on that day? Did I have to say that? Yeah. So it's much better to be 100% honest and dedicated to whatever you're doing. This is the way I feel. And I feel that what I have been going through this 1.5 years of the COVID pandemic, staying at home, I think has taught me such a lot, so much more to smile about, really. I know people would say, how could you say that? Actually, we've all lost so many people, lost so many loved ones, lost so many people near and dear because of this terrible, terrible scourge, which is called the pandemic, which is called COVID, which is a virus, whatever you want to call it. But it's taught us so many wonderful things. It's shown us that we are truly citizens of the world. And it's shown us that truly we need each other. It's also shown us that no one is safe till everyone is safe, really. So if we want to be, and I would say nobody is really happy till everybody's happy. I think it's so important, isn't it, to see a smile on everybody's face. But how would you see a smile on everybody's face if you don't, if you're not happy yourself, or if you're not spreading it around? You have to spread it around. So I would say broadly that these were the things I wanted to talk about. Now, if there is anything that you would like me to answer specifically for you, I would love to do that.
How beautifully put, Ushaji. Two things that you said. Life is a biggest teacher and change is inevitable. Absolutely. That's a beautiful takeaway. Before even I get to the question, how can we start without hearing your beautiful melodious voice? If we could have just 2 lines and bring the energy.
At the moment, I will definitely sing these 2 lines because that is very, very important to say to all of you that दोस्तों से प्यार किया, दुश्मनों से भी प्यार किया. I changed that actually. Instead of saying दुश्मनों से बदला लिया, I changed it to saying जो भी किया हमने किया शान से. Ji, whatever you do, do it शान से. Do it wholeheartedly and do it in such a way that you believe in it. Otherwise, it doesn't work. तो जो भी करते हैं हम शान से करते हैं, नहीं तो करते ही नहीं. Don't do it, avoid it. And there's another thing which I would love to share with all of you, which has been my guiding force, one of the guiding forces besides शान से, is always remember, when in doubt, opt out. Yes. And if you ever feel when you walk into a room that you're not wanted, just don't be there. It's so important, instead of just feeling bad and saying, they gave me such bad vibes, But the minute you can feel it, it's a palpable feeling, isn't it? When you walk into a room and everybody keeps quiet you realize immediately, I'm sure, because if you don't, then there's something wrong with you somewhere. If you feel that way, that you aren't wanted, don't feel bad about it. Just disappear. Just disappear, because if you're not wanted, then you're not wanted. And you can do so many better things at that moment, really. One of them is acceptance. And acceptance is a part of life that is, I would say, if it were on a value meter of 10, I would say acceptance and tolerance would be number 9. Really, because the minute you accept certain things in life and the minute you learn to know that this is the truth, whatever your situation is, well, you can ask me questions about it, I don't mind, but whatever your situation is, if you feel that, you'll recognize it yourself. You should, especially after I've talked to you. I'm sure you will, because it's a thing that we all feel so often, but some of us don't want to accept it. Everybody doesn't have to want your beautiful presence anywhere. It doesn't mean that everybody is wrong. It could be that you're really not wanted over there. Move out. And I find that has helped me so much. When you learn to accept whatever it is. This is just a small example, but there are so many situations where we realize that accepting that this is the way it's got to be. If you have to wear a mask, just remember you have to wear a mask, that's all. Why question? What is the big question about it? Why say I will not do it? Why always try to be defiant about certain things? Or what freedom are you looking for? Aren't you looking for freedom from fear? Aren't you looking for freedom for being? Aren't you looking for that? To be free, to be what we used to be before? Aren't you looking for that? So why don't you accept that this is the way it's got to be for now? Things will change. Things will definitely change, because for now is what is important. Don't look back. Don't look back, because you're not going that way. You're not going that way. You're going forward. So don't look back. Use your past as that I was going to be in. You see, I just carried on with whatever I was and hoped that I really hoped and prayed that the people would love me just the way I am. And without meaning to be rebellious, People think that it was a rebellious thing, but actually it wasn't. I just did it because I didn't know anything better. Or shall I say, I didn't know anything else than wearing a sari. So I wore a sari. So already that was different, right? It was already different. It was breaking the barrier of or the image of a so-called nightclub singer, which would be wearing slinky black number dress with showing your cleavage, and your hair was different and your skin was different. Everything was different, and one didn't expect that to come. A sari coming out of a nightclub, and there I was wearing a sari and a blouse and with flowers in my hair and mathe pe bindiya, and so these things just kept happening, and the acceptance just spurred me on. I mean, I was never criticized for that, never criticized, and people just loved it. And I think that is my strongest point, which people would probably call a limitation. It became my strength. The limitation being I didn't have a body that would go with a nightclub probably, or with the kind of image that one has of a nightclub singer, or what, preconceived ideas that, girls don't, good girls don't go to nightclubs, or all good girls have to sound like the fantastic voice of Lata Ji Mangeshkar. No. It doesn't happen like that. There are so many people who sound like you and me with low voices. And, all these preconceived ideas were just blown to pieces, I think, once I came onto the scene without meaning to do it, if you know what I mean. I mean, I didn't come on to say, "Bas ye todna hai, wo karna hai." No, I just sang because I love to sing. And the nasha that I got, the amazing intoxication of the gargarahat of the tali, the applause, was something unbelievable. And I wouldn't change it for anything in the world. I wouldn't change that applause for anything in the world. बिंदिया चमकेगी, चूड़ी खनकेगी, बिंदिया चमकेगी, चूड़ी खनकेगी, मेरी नींद उड़े थे, उड़े जाए, गजरा बहकेगा, गजरा महकेगा, गजरा बहकेगा, गजरा महकेगा, माए रुस जाए थे, रुस जाए, बिंदिया चमकेगी, चूड़ी खनकेगी, ला 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 ला। मैंने तुझसे मोहब्बत की है, गुलामी नहीं की बलमा। मैंने तुझसे, हाय मैंने तुझसे मोहब्बत की है, गुलामी नहीं की बलमा। दिल किसी का टूटे चाहे कोई मुझसे रूठे, I'm gonna dance all night, babe. I'm gonna dance all night. I'm gonna sing all night. I'm gonna play all night. Bring the bass. Moi rus jaye thi, rus jaye. Bindiya chamkegi, chudi khankegi. On the dance floor. And so when I say, now, when you want something, say it. I happened to sing the song at the lady's 75th birthday. The most fantastic voice in the country. Lataji Mangeshkar's birthday. And she enjoyed it. She really loved it because she said, everybody tried to sing my song like the way I did. And then she said, you're the only one who sang it so differently. And I loved it. She said she really loved it. And she blessed me for it. So I always say, jab aate hain, when they come to take you, say what you want. For heaven's sake, say what you have to say.
मेरे आंगन बारात लेकर साजन तू जिस रात आएगा मेरे आंगन हाय मेरे आंगन बारात लेकर साजन तू जिस रात आएगा मैं ना बैठूंगी डोली में कह दूंगी बाबू से I want a Mercedes-Benz, boy. Oh no, I want a Mercedes-Benz. Really? I want a Ferrari. Oh my God, I want a BMW. I'm a dead man. Gaddi, durdi hai, durdi jai. Bindiya chamkegi, chudi khankegi. One more time. La 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 la. बोले कंगना किसी का वो सजना जवानी पे जोर नहीं बोले कंगना हाय बोले कंगना किसी का वो सजना जवानी पे जोर नहीं लाख मना कर ले दुनिया कहती है मेरे गुरु I'm gonna dance all night babe all right I'm gonna sing all night Oh yeah, I'm gonna dance all night, babe. I'm gonna sing all night. Bring the bass, bring the bass. रुस जाए, बिंदिया चमकेगी, चूड़ी खनकेगी, बिंदिया चमकेगी, चूड़ी खनकेगी, बिंदिया shine on, बिंदिया shine on, बिंदिया shine on.
Yes, India, shine on. That's it. That's the message. India is going to shine on if we all stand together and work as one. God bless. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ushaji. Couldn't have asked for anything more. Seriously, what a beautiful, beautiful rendering, and thank you for your, such beautiful words. And I'm truly, truly honored to have you here. And I mean, you move me. I'm just spellbound at this point of time.
Thank you so much.
On behalf of entire Womennovator team, I really gratitude towards your work, your music, and the every single word that you spoke.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Manmeet ma'am to come here and say a few words and conclude today's event.
Honorable Chief Guest, Tripti Somani, founder of Womennovator, our most valued invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. I, Manmeet Singh, founder and creative head of Gems and Jewels, on behalf of Womennovator and the entire supporting team, sponsoring organization, DS Group, KGS, KEI, Patanjali, Blossom Culture Aroma Magic, Lab Care, crew, audience, and on my own behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all speakers for taking time off their tight schedules and gracing us with their presence and sharing with us their findings and opinions today. I must mention a deep sense of appreciation for our esteemed panelists for sharing their invaluable insights and thoughts on financial independence for women, Angel Network, and discussing the international opportunities for women entrepreneurs. We are all inspired by your great words. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to state that we are grateful to all the speakers and everybody who could join us for these 7 days. What a journey it has been. A journey of interactions, great learnings and discussions. Seeing successful stories during these years has been inspirational and motivates us to act as catalysts in many more stories in the years to come. It has been a great pleasure. Thank you and have a good day.
Your Mighty Dishum Genie is back with today's giveaway question. Since the theme of the day is Women in Business and Finance. So here is your question. Who was the first Indian woman to graduate from Harvard Business School? Drop your answers on our social media platforms and best of the luck.
Well. What a great journey this has been. These 7 days will stay with us for a long time. And I'm so grateful for having to have this opportunity to host this event. And I thank you all for joining us today. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much.